Across restless waters, the ocean becomes a theatre of strangeness, staging events that even science struggles to explain. Lights dance without source, storms rage in silence, and sounds echo from the deep, as though spoken by giants no one has ever seen. The sea does not clarify, it withholds, it confuses, it dares the curious to keep searching. Tonight we move through over 100 such mysteries, each stranger than the last, each threaded together in the long tapestry of ocean secrets. These stories are not hurried, they flow slowly, like currents twisting across unseen trenches, pulling you deeper with each turn. Some are fleeting phenomena, caught once and never repeated. Others are recorded, measured, and still left unresolved. And before we begin, I want to ask you, where are you listening from, and what time is it there? For the ocean has no clocks, only tides, and tonight time belongs to its mysteries. Sailors once reported stretches of water glowing as if lit from below, wide as cities and steady as a lantern's flame. Now called milky seas, these fields of light have even been seen from space, shimmering like snowdrifts, spread across warm equatorial water. Instruments have traced hints of bioluminescent bacteria, acting in extraordinary synchrony, a choreography so vast it erases the horizon. Yet the switch that turns the sea on remains elusive. Currents carry the glow across empty nights. Ships cut dark wakes through milk-white water that does not waver when wind rises or moonlight hides. Some crews describe boundaries like shorelines, crisp edges where radiance stops mid-ocean, as if an unseen coastline guided the brightness. Others speak of the glow thickening, not as sparks but as a continuous sheet, a living fog dissolved into water. Laboratories can coax individual microbes to shine, but nothing on land explains a lighted plain spanning hundreds of kilometers, with no visible trigger, no obvious food pulse, no matching bloom in nets. Perhaps invisible chemistry primes the water, or softly pulsing waves herd luminous cells into coherence. Perhaps an unknown messenger passes through the dark, switching billions of tiny lanterns in unison. Standing at the rail, a watchman sees the ship glide through a world remade, wake carved in ink across a pale ocean, sky black and starless, water softly aglow, their logbook notes coordinates and weather. The reason remains blank. From this persistent question, stranger lights emerge next. They keep watch, waiting answers. If milky seas are a canvas, then the ocean sometimes paints moving shapes upon it, rotating spokes of light, called luminous wheels. Night watches describe vast, perfect circles forming beneath the hull, spokes turning in silence like the ghost of a cart rolling through water. No storm precedes them, no thunder, no lightning, only an orderly spin, radiance, sweeping outward, as if driven by gears under the surface. Charts have pinned sightings from the Indian Ocean to distant gulfs, sometimes in company with ordinary bioluminescence, sometimes alone. Explanations chase the phenomenon, never catching it. Could low-frequency waves organize billions of glowing plankton into spokes? Could invisible turbulence, shed from the ship's passage, trigger a rotating cascade? Some reports place the wheels far from any vessel, turning on their own, so precise in symmetry that even skeptical crews fall quiet. Scientists gather scattered logs and satellite frames, but the pattern appears where instruments are not, then fades when instruments arrive. In a dark wheel, the spaces between spokes are as mysterious as the spokes themselves, absence arranged as carefully as light. The helmsman feels the ship cross a luminous boundary and back again, as if the sea were divided into moving sectors. Above, the sky keeps its stars, below the ocean keeps its reasons. The wheel dissolves without evidence of a source, and the crew remains with a memory they struggle to describe, a geometry of light that refuses to be solved. The sea turns the page, the log closes on questions. Where light falters, sound continues, and the ocean speaks in tones that instruments record, yet cannot fully name. Hydrophones scattered across basins captured a roar once nicknamed the bloop, low and immense, rising in seconds from a whisper to a continent-wide gulp. Isoquakes have been proposed, calving events magnified by water, but the signature shape does not sit comfortably with any single cause, and the debate drifts like fog. Other voices join, upsweep, a seasonal ladder-like call, repeating for years. Julia, a long moan that wandered across the Pacific, slow down, a sigh that descends as if something immense were settling to rest. Each sound is mapped, triangulated, archived, and then returned to mystery, because the ocean's geometry bends noise, and the medium changes its story between source and ear. Some signals fade as unexplained as they began. Others recur with the rhythm of unknown cycles. A listener staring at spectrograms sees shapes that resemble phrases, chords, even handwriting written by current and stone. If they are ice that sings in dialects no human has mastered. If they are animals large beyond expectation, or small amplified by cathedral acoustics of deep canyons. Decision withers in the long velvet dark. What remains is a record of pressure and time, a tape of giants present or absent, a book written by water. From these voices the narrative flows onward, because the ocean not only speaks, sometimes it answers in motion. The microphones wait for repetition, again. Across winters, upsweep persists like a ladder, leaned against empty air, its rungs heard across thousands of kilometers, then softening, then brightening again. Engineers cross-check cables and anchors. The pattern refuses to fit a machine. Somewhere, energy rises and falls in a season none can see. The ocean's static hides further curiosities. Quacking tones recorded near Antarctic ice. Whistles too pure to belong to shifting flows. Broad hums that seem to emanate from everywhere and nowhere at once. A global hum vibrates through the seafloor itself. A micro-tremor chorus that continues even when wind is still, as though the planet were exhaling slowly. If life creates part of it, life is orchestrated by geography vast enough to turn songs into weathers. If ice creates it, ice is tuned like an instrument of improbable scale. From the control room speakers the collection is uncanny. Notes like oars dipping in distant water, bars like engines starting beneath mountains, phrases that begin with no hand to lift a baton. On paper, experts draw arrows between currents, ridges, shelves, proposing mechanisms that explain parts while missing the whole. Yet, watchers at sea know the answer sometimes arrives without sound at all. It arrives in motion, a sudden steepening of water that was placid moments before, the horizon tilting, a moving wall where a field had been. The voices recede, the shape of a rogue wave advances, reminder that unseen causes can rise abruptly into sight. Logs close, pens lifted, eyes fixed outward, night waits. For centuries mariners told of single waves rising like cliffs, sweeping decks clean, then vanishing as if embarrassed by their own audacity. Charts showed tidy seas. Textbooks dismissed the stories as exaggerations born of fear. Then instruments finally recorded one, steep-sided, towering beyond forecast, a solitary wall that arrived without warning under a fair sky. Now called rogue waves, they stand outside ordinary statistics, refusing to obey comfortable averages. Some models suggest rare interference patterns, many small waves stacking perfectly in an instant. Others point to currents sharpening swell, drawing knives from water that had seemed dull. Yet the timing remains imprecise, their locations capricious. A ship can ride a week of gentle heave, and then meet a brief, perfect geometry that lifts an ocean into a hill and drops it at the bow. Bolted doors burst, windows fail, steel remembers it is flexible. Above deck, the helmsman watches a horizon dissolve into a moving escarpment, crest feathering, face smooth, an animal without eyes. Afterward there is damage and disbelief, and then a quiet that feels like the sea's apology. Measurements confirm the event. Explanations fall short. Warnings improve, but not enough to predict a single attack. From these walls of water, another pattern emerges on calmer days. Not height but order, not violence, but an improbable grid that spreads to the horizon. A sea arranged into squares as though drafted by an unseen architect. Crews photograph it, whispering at geometry where chaos should reign, wondering what composes that lattice today. On certain days, wind and swell arrive from different histories, crossing each other at tidy angles so precise that the surface becomes a checkerboard. Locals call it a cross sea. Sailors a grid that invites mistakes. Between the squares, small pyramids rise and fall, as if the ocean were breathing through a net. Photographs show the harmony, yet harmony hides hazard. The pattern can flip a small boat, trap a swimmer, or make a captain feel as if the ship was sliding across marbles. Dynamics are proposed, the meeting of long-period swells with fresh wind waves, the refraction around distant islands, yet the strongest square fields still surprise, appearing where they should not, lingering when models suggest they should fade. In the pattern's longer shadow, internal waves roll invisibly within the sea itself, towering within layers of differing density, their crests shown only by long surface bands that run for miles. Satellites trace the signatures, bright and dark stripes, dragging across gulfs like fingerprints too large to belong to any hand. Divers feel the temperature change at a boundary and know a hidden wave has passed, a hill within water that moves water. From such ordered puzzles, the narrative flows toward colder architecture, not geometric but branching, not at the surface but growing downward from ice, as if gravity had reversed. It is a phenomenon that turns brine into glass and sea water into a maze of lethal fingers. Creatures flee slow, and cameras watch a frozen forest assemble in minutes underwater, silently. In polar shallows under forming sea ice, supercooled brine escapes downward in slender streams, heavier and saltier than the water it meets. As the plume descends, it freezes the surrounding sea, building a hollow tube of ice that grows toward the floor, a glassy stalactite reversed. These brinicles wander slowly, curling and branching, turning ambient seawater into crystalline cages. Unlucky sea stars and urchins move too slowly to avoid the creeping cold. When the finger reaches the bottom, it spreads along the seafloor like a frost river, trapping anything in its path. Footage shows the delicacy and menace, a transparent filament knitting the world together, stitching ice to sand with a needle guided by physics that feels too fine for a place so vast. The principles are known: salt rejects from ice, density drives flow, but the delicate shapes and sudden outbursts remain difficult to predict. Why does one tide's network lace an entire cove while another tide leaves only stunted threads? What breath, what minute turbulence, what hidden eddy writes such elaborate calligraphy in cold? Even when the tube collapses, it melts with the grace of blown glass restored to liquid, leaving no mark but memory. From this fragile architecture, the journey turns to stranger lakes that exist at the bottom of the sea, lakes with shores, ripples, even waves, holding water too heavy to mix with the surrounding water, mirrors sunk in darkness. Their surfaces shimmer, and submersibles bob like skiffs at edges that should not exist. They lure curiosity. On certain continental slopes, dense brine gathers in depressions, forming lakes within the ocean, mirror smooth, dark, edged by miniature cliffs. Submersibles, drifting over the boundary bob, as if crossing a membrane. When they descend, they sometimes strike the surface and bounce, an absurdity that looks like magic until chemistry is named. Yet naming does not empty the wonder. Mussels cluster at the shores, feeding on symbiotic microbes that harvest energy from sulfide, a city built by metabolism rather than sunlight. Within the lake itself, conditions turn hostile. Oxygen absent, toxins abundant, density so high that fishes that stray into it die and rest on the bottom, like fallen birds on a still pond. From above, the lake has tides and ripples. From within, it holds a separate weather. Why some basins remain stable for years, while neighboring basins spill, remains a puzzle of slow motion. Do small quakes tilt the lip? Do burrowing creatures tap a drain? The boundary holds secrets like a polished door, reflecting the lights of curious machines and sending them back unanswered. Pilots report the eerie sensation of flying over a landscape that should be land but is not. Leaving these lakes, navigators return to maps, expecting comfort from lines and names. Instead, they find another oddity, an island that appears in atlases and databases for decades, and then vanishes under survey, a cartographic memory that contradicts the world. Its coordinates persist in software, yet ships find only open swells and wind, no shore rising, only doubt. For years, a black rectangle haunted maps of a remote sea, labeled and relabeled, its outline sharpened by repetition rather than sight. Satellite composites showed a dark patch, sailing directions listed distances, databases inherited the ghost from older charts. Then a research vessel crossed the coordinates and measured only deep water, no shoal, no echo of land, just an ordinary abyss where atlases insisted an island should stand. Was it a misprint amplified by copy, a pumice raft mistaken for shore, a shadow from a passing cloud, or the slick of a current that imitated solidity? Cartographers removed the name, but the phantom lingers in archives and on old screens, a reminder that even in an age of global imagery, absence can be difficult to prove. In the chart room, the erasure feels like an apology. The ocean extracts over time. The crew folds the new map and steers on, yet the idea of misplaced geography remains, nudging thought toward other ambiguities the seafloor conceals. Sonars sweep and draw shapes that look like artifacts, domes and rings, regularities half buried in sediment and half formed in minds eager for pattern. Some anomalies dissolve under better data, others deepen, growing stranger when imaged again from another angle. The ocean does not clarify, it invites another pass, another frequency, another mission, and so the next curious contour receives a towfish and a patient eye. Screens flicker, printers hum, and a pale circle appears, a feature that refuses to decide between geology and story, for now. A circular return appears on a side-scan mosaic, ribbed like stonework. Perched on a gentle slope, images circulate. A dome with corridors, a disk with right angles, impossible for chance, a structure stamped into sand by an absent architect. Divers descend and report visibility like dusk. Silt blooms at a glance, details vanish in a grey cloud. Touch reveals textures that alternate between familiar rock and something less ordinary, a pattern the hand struggles to trust. Critics point to glacial scars, to basalt-cooled in jointed columns, to the mind's appetite for wheels and walls. Believers reply with cornered shadows and repeating arcs. Across seasons the feature persists, neither fully explained nor comfortably dismissed. A survey return is a suggestion more than a photograph, a rumour made of echoes. When currents shift and sand drifts, suggestions rewrite themselves. The only certainty is uncertainty. From this ambiguous circle, attention turns to motions we can see with naked eyes, motions that make and unmake shapes. Anywhere coastlines force water to choose a direction. Here whirlpools bloom and wander, vortices that shear boats sideways without warning, gyres that open and close like doors. Some last an hour, some seem to recur in the same bays as if remembering themselves. We map their eddies, yet their births remain opportunistic, their deaths abrupt. Like the anomalies on sonar, they hover between chaos and pattern, hinting that the ocean carries its own geometry and keeps the proof submerged. Observers learn humility and steer with superstition often. At narrows where tides race, the sea folds into spirals, slick circles, surrounded by collars of foam that migrate like living things. Pilots know the names: maelstroms, boils, devils, features of current and depth that tilt a keel and pull a rudder off course. Yet even away from famous passes, vortices blossom from nothing, born of chance alignments between wind, swell, and subsurface ledges. Nobody charted because their shapes were too subtle to find. Stories follow, a glassy disk spinning under a calm sky, a fishing boat halted, as if grasped by an invisible hand. Measurements give parts of the picture, eddies shedding from headlands, standing waves where tides climb slopes, lens-shaped currents riding over denser layers. But surprises persist. Occasionally crews report water turning to fizz, buoyancy dropping, hull sinking lower without added weight, then recovering as quickly as it failed. Scientists note that gas seeps can quilt seafloors, that bubbles change density and drag, that turbulence can confound propellers. yet clear demonstrations in open water are rare. As with many ocean puzzles, the catalogue grows faster than firm answers. Down the coast, a different hole opens, not in the surface but inside limestone bedrock drowned by rising seas, a vertical shaft with walls, the colour of night, water stratified into layers that do not mix. Locals call it a blue hole, and divers describe entering as crossing a threshold between worlds. Light drains away, sound dulls and instruments misbehave, as if the cave edits the rules of water down there. Within certain blue holes, stratified layers divide water into worlds. Oxygenated layers above, sour, toxic layers below, and at the boundary a gleaming veil where chemistry flips. Sensors dip through the surface, report sharp steps in temperature and salinity. Microphones sometimes catch pops and murmurs like glass cooling. Creatures gather along the margins, feeding on bacteria that stitch carbon from chemistry rather than sunlight, stringing life on a thread of poison. On some days, divers describe strange currents that arrive without warning, as if the hole were breathing. Plumes of murky water surge upward, then sink, the boundary shivering like heat above asphalt. What mechanism times the pulses? Tides do not always match. Weather seems too distant. Underground connections are rumoured, tunnels leading to the open sea, but explorations remain fragmentary. At night, tiny lights flicker along the walls, faint bioluminescent answers to questions shaped by stone. The hole holds silence and waits. From here the story unspools not downward but sideways, following pathways that look like river channels carved in miniature along the seafloor. They carry heavier water like syrup, flowing at boundaries we cannot see from the surface, rivers within the ocean that pour over hidden cliffs and dig canyons into mud. Their cataracts roar in instruments, a whisper becoming a flood that drags shell and sand downhill for miles, rearranging landscapes out of sight. Charts rarely mark them, yet their paths decide where nutrients gather, where life swarms, and where mysteries later appear. They redraw coasts invisibly. Oceanographers trace internal tides rolling along density steps like slow earthquakes, 1,000-foot waves that never break at the surface. Where boundaries drape over sills between basins, the flows plunge like hidden waterfalls. Most spectacular, where cold, heavy water spills between ridges and cascades, downslope. The largest waterfalls on Earth concealed by other water. Instruments show ribbons turning to jets, jets to tongues, tongues to fans that spread across plains. Sediment cores record the aftermath, as layers laid neatly by gravity's patient brush. To a navigator above, the sea remains deceptively ordinary, interrupted only by long surface streaks that stretch for miles and the occasional line of foam marching across calm. Crossing such a band feels like moving from one room to another. A hull shudders, a compass twitches, a school of fish stacks like a wall in sonar as the daily migration of the deep scattering layer meets a pulse from below. The false seafloor rises at dusk and sinks at dawn, a tide of animals that hides submarines and confounds measurement. We can describe parts of this living machinery, yet prediction remains approximate. The ocean organizes and reorganizes itself on its own schedule, composing geometries the eye cannot fully follow. From invisible rivers, the narrative lifts toward the sky's edge, where sight itself becomes unreliable, and the sea reveals glimmers and mirages that tease the mind. Sailors report flashes that outpace sunsets, towers floating on air, and horizons folding into layers like pages in heat. Vision becomes provisional truth. At the last heartbeat of daylight, a sudden emerald spark can leap from the sun's upper rim, a green flash so quick it feels imagined. The conditions are known in outline: temperature gradients, bending light, layers of air stacked like lenses. Yet the occurrence remains fickle, appearing to some eyes on some evenings, and not to others standing nearby. Ships halt their small talk when the line between sea and sky wavers into strangeness. Distant coasts appear to hover, rigs stretch into palaces, islands invert and repeat. A palace of Fata Morgana mirages built from heated air and cold water. Navigators trained to distrust vision find themselves staring because the scale defies habit. These illusions rise and fall as if the horizon were breathing, shaping towers from ships, stacking seas into steps that unbuild themselves as quickly as they form. Physics provides vocabulary, refraction, inversion, ducks. But vocabulary is not prediction. The exact turn of the page depends on layers that shift minute by minute, invisible until they sculpt light. Sometimes the mirage briefly reveals an object otherwise hidden by curvature, summoning a ship above the horizon like a rumor come true. Sometimes it conceals what should be visible, a deception written in air. After night secures the boundary, another kind of light populates the water, one carried by flesh, creatures that shine, sometimes in answer to touch, sometimes in patterns that resemble language. We return to living luminance, because not all ocean lights are passive screens for physics. Some compose moving alphabets underwater. Light becomes language in the pelagic night, yet no lexicon can translate it. Some fish erase their shadows with counterglow, matching the downwelling blue so precisely that predators searching upward see only emptiness. Others write with sparks, a scatter of points that ripple along a flank like a sentence, then fade before any answer arrives. Squid carry lamps wired through flesh, brightening and dimming with a control that suggests intent, but reveals no grammar. Siphonophores unfurl living strings that blink from end to end, as if passing messages along miles of colony. Tiny ostracods punctuate water with dots that hang and drift like commas. What is being said? Alarm, decoy, lure, camouflage, courtship. Each seems true sometimes. A hunter flashes and prey flash back. A swarm ignites and a shadow retreats. A single pulse becomes a curtain when thousands answer. Instruments record wavelength and duration, yet transcripts fail to yield meaning. The same species changes syntax by depth. The same individual alters cadence when moonlight changes phase. In one valley the night reads like static. In another it reads like choreography. Even counter-illumination, the neatest trick, remains partly mysterious. How do fish dim their bellies to exactly match starlight filtered through 100 meters of moving water? The ocean writes in photons, revises with current, edits with teeth. Viewers looking down from decks see streaks and halos spiraling after the bow late at night, and feel as if they are passing through libraries where the books whisper but refuse translation. Sometimes the sea stages performances so large, they seem impossible for tiny actors. Ostracods rise at dusk, and choreograph bead-like flares that spiral, hang, and dissolve. Courtship, written as punctuation on water. Far below, pyrosomes assemble into translucent tubes, long as boats, colonies pulsing in agreement, while their skins twinkle like neighborhoods switching lights. Dinner flagellates bloom into sheets that ignite when disturbed, so a dolphin draws glowing cursive through black water, and an oar signs its name with blue fire. What starts these mass illuminations? Nutrients and warmth explain some episodes. Moonless nights explain others. Yet equally rich waters stay dark, and full moons sometimes blaze. On certain coasts, luminous waves arrive in trains at odd intervals, as if a metronome far offshore were conducting. Witnesses report ripples sprinting ahead of bows, light feeling for shoreline contours. Divers describe drifting spheres of glow, rolling through shallows like lanterns. Instruments capture radiance and timing, not the trigger that flips millions of cells from quiet to chorus. Do chemical whispers pass between neighbors? Do internal clocks drift into sudden agreement? The water withholds detail. It answers with spectacle. A reef erupts, goes dark, erupts again, each burst lasting a held breath. When the last flare fades, night feels larger, as if the story had stepped beyond the page. From these choruses of light, the narrative follows travelers who cross whole oceans without maps, guided by signals as invisible as these cues, lines no human eye can see yet bodies still obey. Creatures travel in lines wider than rivers, some returning to pinpoint stones on coasts they left as young, others vanishing into deserts, and reappearing years later during the same week, as if answering invitations delivered through rock. The map they carry cannot be folded or photographed. Scientists track iron crystals in tissue and suspect internal compasses. They measure taste trails that begin in mountain snow and wonder how flavor persists after storms and sun. Electromagnetic noise waxes and wanes. So do roots. Storms shatter surface cues. The travelers correct course anyway. When currents rearrange continents of water, bodies choose paths that look pre-written. A turtle released far from its home beach arcs across gyres, as if reading a secret atlas layered into the planet itself. Eels slip seaward from rivers and vanish. Juveniles later appearing on coasts spread like punctuation across an ocean. The connecting chapter stays missing. How many senses braid into guidance? Magnetism, scent, temperature, pressure, the angle of polarized light. Which sense leads today and yields tomorrow? During migrations, vast schools turn in unison, kinks passing through bodies like thoughts. A predator charges, and the formation splits along seams no one drew, then reknits whole seconds later. The rules appear both simple and unknowable. Keep a distance, match a neighbor, never collide, always agree. Yet agreement scales to thousands without vote. Watching from a cliff, a listener sees the ocean write arrowheads that point toward nothing visible and hold their shape for miles. The road continues underwater. Among the most sophisticated listeners are whales whose clicks hammer canyon walls and paint darkness in return. Their pulses climb to intensities that could rattle glass, then taper into murmurs exchanged between kin. Some species arrange clicks into codas, patterned phrases that vary by region like dialects, persistent for decades yet capable of abrupt revision, as if cultures lived in sound below the waves. What information rides those patterns? Names, maps, emotions, recipes for hunting. Experiments answer pieces, never the whole. Beaked whales dive into Haddle shadows and whisper at frequencies that slip past enemy ears. Singers in open water trade motifs that drift like weather across years. A pod approaches seamounts. It has not visited in seasons and turns, has won along a familiar contour, guided by echoes that human instruments barely register. In places, boats record sudden silences, hours where acoustic traffic falls to a hush, as if something agreed to quiet the room. Elsewhere, choruses swell so dense that spectrograms blacken like stormed skies. Strandings complicate the picture. Animals come ashore uninjured during calm weather, sometimes near regions where the magnetic field kinks, sometimes far from any such irregularity. Compasses might falter, sonar might stun, stress might ripple across social bonds. Each cause fits on certain days and fails on others. The sea refuses a single culprit. Listening posts continue logging a library of questions while the travelers move on, following routes we cannot draw, toward gatherings we will notice only after they have already begun offshore. Sometimes gatherings collapse into froth, and coasts wake under walls of sea foam, shouldering down streets like slow avalanches. The recipe looks simple: waves whipping proteins, lipids, and tiny skeletons into films that trap air, but the result feels large. One bay receives an ordinary fringe while another, nearby, is buried to windowsills. The smell swings between bakery sweet and acrid. The texture ranges from shaving cream to wet wool. Under microscopes, fragments and oils explain bubble strength. Under weather maps, wind and swell explain transport. Yet the threshold where froth becomes architecture remains elusive. Residents describe rooms carved inside moving walls, corridors that open and seal, a cathedral that builds itself in an hour and vanishes in two. Cars crawl forward blind, rescuers laugh, gulls skate inches above the road on cushions that shouldn't be. Afterward, sand wears a slick memory, drains clog with lace, and the sea reclaims its mass as quietly as it delivered it. Were there special proteins in the brew? Did distant blooms feed a pipeline that only this storm tapped? The same ingredients elsewhere do not scale to spectacle. Like many ocean oddities, the foam's grandeur appears tied to timing. We cannot yet taste or time a moment when microscopic fragments, wind vectors, and breaking wave rhythm phase together. From these built halls, the narrative shifts toward color itself, because on some mornings the water forgets its palette and chooses unexpected inks that persist long enough to worry, then depart without farewell. Color writes its own anomalies on the sea. On quiet mornings, water that should be turquoise turns tea dark overnight, a bruise wrapping a bay, then unwinding, leaving only a taste on wind. Elsewhere, waves thicken into maroon bands that pulse along beaches, lightning within hours, as if paint thinned itself. Not all color signals harm. Some nights oars dust strokes with sapphire powder that vanishes as hands are still. Some mornings a sheen glides across coves like oil, yet leaves no residue. Instruments tally cells and pigments, tally wind directions, tally temperature steps, but prediction remains shy. Local calendars fail, tides keep their counsel. Why this inlet and not the next? Why now, and not a week from now, under nearly identical skies? Fishermen insist the water smelled different before the stain arrived, sweet and bread-like. Others swear they heard pops from the dark at low tide, as if tiny kitchens were switching on. Sometimes fish avoid the bands, sometimes they swim through, and nothing happens. Sometimes they drift belly up in hundreds, without clear toxin measured. Satellites watch colors bloom like bruises, yet still miss the hour. A patch steps from interesting to real. Afterward, shore stones wear faint outlines, like watercolor halos, and kayaks carry a secret. The palette resets to blue, and confusion remains. From pigments and passing sheens, the story sinks to the seafloor again, where circles appear overnight in sand, with a regularity too careful to blame on waves alone. Divers and cameras find circles pressed into sand at consistent diameters, composed of ridges and valleys arranged like petals. During daylight, they are empty. At night, someone small returns to adjust a ridge, move a shell, sharpen a starburst. The builder reveals himself rarely, a fish hardly larger than a palm, fanning and carrying grains with care patiently to construct symmetry, surpassing his scale. Why such extravagance for courtship, when simpler nests would do? Hydrodynamics offer a partial answer. The grooves funnel fine sand inward to form a soft center, while the outer spokes break current, a design that shelters eggs. Yet, the precision remains extravagant, repeating from circle to circle in locations miles apart, as if a shared blueprint were sailing on currents. Some structures, smaller, rougher, lack a maker when watched for nights. Cameras catch only crabs investigating, finished rims and faint tremors that redraw lines after the architect leaves. Are multiple species at work, each borrowing geometry from water itself? Do weak, long swell patterns help sculpt spokes? At scale, beaches show related puzzles, rhythmic crescents marching down coast, cusps growing and shrinking overnight, in lockstep with swells that changed little. Models simulate parts of the dance, not its tempo. Watching moonlight, trace the grooves. A diver feels as if the sea were teaching drafting to small hands. When storm waves flatten everything, the circles vanish before memory fully forms, then return in weeks as if called from a template. The ocean keeps filed where nobody can reach. Out beyond the bar, sky and sea sometimes sign a contract and raise a waterspout, a translucent rope that walks the surface for minutes, gathering spray into a spinning sleeve. Some grow below towering anvils, obedient to textbook storms. Others, more unsettling, bloom under modest clouds that appear incapable of such order. The column drifts, kinks, straightens, lifts, sets down again. Fish leap inside the pale core. Birds veer away, boats idle, until the path becomes obvious. Physics explains rotation and pressure drop. Radar and satellite reveal parents only after the fact. Why does one innocent cloud tighten into a chimney, while its twin 5 miles away stays diffuse? Sailors report ropes that persist in perfect lines, despite crosswinds, as if steered by rails invisible to instruments. Others describe split spouts twining like strands of a braid, before rejoining with a clap no microphone captures. When the column finally frays, it leaves circles etched on the surface, and a tremor in the chest. The feeling of having witnessed a machine that builds itself, runs briefly, and disappears without parts. Elsewhere, pillars of light descend without spout or storm, sun pillars glancing off ice crystals over distant water, tricks of air that look like searchlights from ships that are not there. After these borrowings between sea and sky, attention returns to the coast where storms behave backward. The ocean runs upriver with a front so abrupt that tides turn to staircases, and the shoreline learns a temporary new direction, roaring inland. Where river mouth and tide debate, the sea sometimes chooses to enter as a single moving wall. A tidal bore appears at the turn, like a white line drawn with a ruler, then fattens into a heaping ridge that climbs the channel against the current, carrying driftwood, foam, and the astonishment of towns along its banks. Ahead of it, mudflats tremble. Behind it, eddies bloom and fields of ripples run backward. Residents swear they can hear the bore long before it arrives, a low drum roll that grows into a shout, yet microphones disagree from year to year. Forecasts list moon and wind, still the timing slips. Why does the wall break in 3 steps today, and remain a single shoulder tomorrow, under near-identical tides? Why does a side creek roar like a crowd one season and whisper the next? Surfers ride the front for minutes, passing barns and moorings that never see ocean. Dolphins occasionally appear inland for the parade, then vanish as the river remembers its flow. The event knits estuary to sea, in a way maps do not display, the ocean's pulse entering a valley, like a visitor who refuses to knock. When it passes, quiet returns quickly, the streets doubt the memory. From this reversal of direction, the story turns outward again, toward movements that happen with no visible wall at all, currents that slide one atop another in weather, exchanging heat and salt, while the surface pretends nothing has changed. The color of wind. Beneath an ordinary surface, parcels of water detach from their birthplaces and wander as if they were creatures. Lenses rich with salt roll from one basin into another, maintaining temperature and taste for years, while everything around them mixes. Eddies spin off currents like planets, leaving a star, trapping plankton, heat, and sound in loops that drift for months. Satellites reveal their spirals, but not their motives. Instruments crossing their edges report sudden calms, then sharp chop, then calm again, as if a boundary kept sliding under the hull. Some rings dive beneath others and resurface far away, carrying fingerprints of climates they left behind. A fisher may work unproductive water all week, and then a mile east, find life stacked in humming layers, because an invisible wheel parked there overnight. Where lenses meet seafloors, pocked with vents, chemistry writes brighter signatures. Methane seeps whisper up through sediments and burst into bubble veils that flex with tides. Some die at the seafloor, eaten by microbes. Some reach the surface and shiver it like rain without clouds. On certain nights, light flares in the ascending plumes, as if bacteria were announcing the path. The ground remembers with craters and mounds but forgets to label them with dates or causes. Are these slow leaks or rehearsals for abrupt releases? The ocean keeps counsel, hinting with bubbles and circles. Next, the seafloor will speak louder, and even then it may refuse to say what language it is using to warn or welcome us. From vents hidden under miles of water, volcanoes rewrite the sea's surface with stones that float. Pumice rafts spread into patchwork continents that ride swells for months, bleaching to ash and carrying passengers that assemble communities on a deck that needs no captain. Crabs, snails, corals, seeds, all gather on rock. Sailors wake to horizons, stippled grey, and hear a soft hiss against hulls as stones rub, dense enough to slow a ship, as if it had entered a field. Satellites follow the paths, currents shear the mats. The flotillas scatter into anecdotes on beaches thousands of miles from the vents. The origin is clear, the consequence is a stranger. New coastlines receive species leapfrogging barriers they never could have swum. Some rafts arrive alive, some arrive, hauling memory and barnacle scars. Why does one eruption produce a fleet, while another of similar size leaves local scum? Is the recipe hiding in chemistry, gas content, breakup by wave beat, timing? Below the rafts, the water sometimes turns turquoise or rust, signatures of minerals and microbes, reacting with heat in ways that vary more than models expect. Divers report warmth rising in fingers and ash falling like slow snow where only blue should exist. The sea accepts the cargo and then erases the evidence. Charts mark nothing unusual afterwards, yet reefs may change. From these stony pilgrimages, the thread returns to electricity that chooses the ocean's edges, drawing ghostly fires along rigging and masts during storms that do not thunder as they should. Eruptions that never break the surface still rewrite maps of perception. Days after a submarine vent wakes, ships report belts of discolored water moving against prevailing wind, froth limned with yellow or chalk-white streaks that taste metallic. Nets return warm, paint blisters a little. Compasses behave, then jitter, then behave again. Hydrophones capture tremor, like a distant engine that never idles or roars, a steady rumble that runs for weeks before sighing away. Pilots maneuver through boiling patches that are not quite boiling, watching bubbles rise in curtains and collapse into silence. Fish sometimes float up stunned and are gone by evening, replaced by slicks that smell of matches. The catalogue grows precise, temperatures, flows, yet the consequences refuse to standardize. One seamount births a long-lived hydrothermal field, rich with life. The next produces a desert, where only ghosts of chimneys stand. Wider plumes organize into streamers visible from miles, while similar plumes disperse within minutes. What small change, what kink in seafloor plumbing, decides between spectacle and secrecy? Crews describe horizons that flicker on storm nights without a lightning source, a sheeted glow skimming mastheads and yardarms, as though static trap the sky on spars. The logs call it a familiar name, a sailor's fire that licks wooden line and leaves fingers tingling. Voices on deck drop without agreement. Suddenly, after the glow lifts, dark returns like a curtain. The ocean keeps both volcano and voltage inside one body and refuses to confess motive. In certain storms, the sea borrows the sky's electricity and writes pale fire on ships. A blue-violet flame gathers at mastheads, beads along stays, outlines yardarms and antennas, and hovers like candle smoke that has forgotten to rise. The discharge whispers and hisses, hair lifts, the air tastes of tin. Sailors describe calm arriving with the glow, as if noise had been moved into light. The physics is patient, sharp points concentrate, field, charged air leaks electrons, corona ignites. But the experience carries an older grammar. Why does a squall in company with lightning produce nothing unusual, while a muttering rainstorm writes slow fire on every line? Why does the glow sometimes follow a hand, and sometimes ignore it? In a few accounts, dolphins surfing the bow throw halos from their fins, while masts burn with wandering candles, a double book written on water and wood. Photographs catch only part of it, microphones less. When the storm finally decides to be ordinary thunder again, the fire gutters and slips away, leaving crew with the impression that the ship had briefly sailed inside a glass battery. Next evening, the horizon coughs up its own mysteries. Above distant cloud towers, sprites and blue jets leap toward space, towering flashes that last for heartbeats, and do not behave like the lightning below them. Seeing them from the deck feels like spotting handwriting at the top of the page, where no one should reach. Vertical punctuation that changes how the paragraph reads. Sprites arch, like upside-down jellyfish. Red tendrils dangling, blue jets shoot narrow and fast from cloud tops. Brief spears aimed skyward. Airglow shimmers behind them, a reminder that even empty-looking night is alive with chemistry. Instruments aloft have logged families of these high flashes, but crews at sea still encounter them by fortune. A clearing between towers, a lull in rain, the right angle of darkness. They do not crack like bolts. They blossom and vanish, leaving only eyes and whispers. The causes given, charge imbalance, gravity waves in the upper air, explain the stage, not the cue that lifts the curtain on this minute, and not the next. Why do some storm complexes throw pages of tall handwriting into space, while others never write a line? Why does the show seem louder above certain waters, as though the ocean were tuning the sky? Radar volumes outline towers, satellites draw isobars of brightness. Still, the forecast for spectacle remains a guess from deck. When the last jet fades, the sea returns to unlit breathing, and the ship's wake writes the smaller alphabets of plankton again. Yet the feeling persists that layers are stacked upon layers, that the sky's hieroglyphs and the water's slow scripts are chapters bound together. Turning the next page reveals puzzles that do not blaze or shout, but press lightly on senses, sands that sing under bare feet, and coasts that hum on calm nights with tones no one can quite locate. On certain coasts, the land sings. When feet compress warm sand or wind slides across dunes, an audible tone arises that can be heard as a low drone, a flute-like note, or a thin metallic howl. Locals learn to listen for it like weather. Scientists collect recordings and spectra, measuring frequencies that sit between geological process and living voice. The mechanics are partly mechanical, grains sliding, cavities resonating, moisture changing stiffness, but the precision of the notes and their sudden appearance remains stubbornly artistic. A beach quiet at dawn can become a chorus by noon, pitches emerging as wind and grain arrange themselves into temporary instruments. Researchers replicate the phenomenon in laboratories with glass spheres and tuned funnels, reproducing tones under carefully controlled humidity and grain size. Yet some singing sands produce notes outside those controlled windows, singing at pitches that should be impossible for their size. The who and why of this persistent music is less a riddle of physics than a question of context. What combination of history, mineral grain and seasonal weather choreographs the song? Native narratives ascribe personality to singing shores, telling of a place that keeps memory in tone. These stories do not contradict the lab, they frame a human response. A researcher standing with local guardians may hear both science and story as complementary translations of the same sound. As the music wanes, attention moves from sand to broader humming along coasts, where tones step beyond sand into rock and cliffs begin their long, low notes. At night, some coastlines do not sleep. They hum, the sound varies. Some describe a deep moan, others a high whine, but the effect is consistent. Land and sea enter a vibration heard inland as a continuous undertone. Researchers measure frequencies tied to tides, to resonant cliffs, to waves striking cave mouths, yet many hums play outside tidy models. In documented cases, towns record a seasonal tone that arrives with migration of air masses, or when swell aligns with a reef's notch. Instruments sometimes show narrowband peaks on spectrograms, as if the coast were tuned to a note, but amplitude and persistence vary. Fishermen sleep through it. Others claim it alters taste and memory at dawn. Anthropologists collect tales where humming is a sign, a warning, or a lullaby. More puzzling are reports linking hums to animal unrest, dogs restless, birds shifting roosts, fish schooling closer shore, and to low-frequency signals recorded only sporadically. Engineers test resonance treatments to damp the sound. Solutions sometimes help, sometimes fail. A divergent idea suggests coupling between atmospheric waves and underwater topography, a cross-medium instrument reading wind and water together. Whatever the mechanism, the hum pins human attention to geology like few phenomena can. Villagers hold vigils, elders chant to steady nerves, and scientists mount microphones through long watches, hoping a pattern will appear in the quiet hours. It does, but it never completes the lesson. As dawn unrolls, listeners follow the song back into water, where clicks and pulses become the discourse of whales and dolphins far offshore. Among sea phenomena that stitch fear to beauty are ghost lights that hover near wrecks and rigging, lights that owe nothing obvious to bulb or flame. Sailors know St. Elmo's fire, plasma clinging to masts in storms, and they tell of other luminances that refuse neat categories. Lanterns bobbing along a lee shoreline, when no boat moved, points of white that drift above breakers, and columns of light that trace the shape of a vessel long sunk. Some lights coincide with electrical storms, others arrive under stars so steady, one could swear no charge moved. Photographs sometimes show smears or orbs. Radar ignores them. Eyewitnesses differ, a single lantern hovering, then rushing away, a string of lamps arranging like crew at work, a torch that leads a ship into shallow water. Scientists test for methane seeps, bioluminescent blooms, and corona discharge from charged humid air, each explanation fitting certain reports and failing others. Local law often ties lights to grief, fishermen lost still making rounds, lovers waving at a wrong tide. Historical logs record repeated sightings at the same headland for generations, suggesting environmental predisposition. Yet even predisposed places do not always host the show. The lights have mood. Instrument arrays sometimes catch the prelude, ion spikes, faint chemical plumes, or synchronized biological agitation. Other times nothing shows on screens except a field of calm. Whatever their cause, ghost lights colonize imagination, and where imagination grows, stories follow. From lanterns the narrative shifts to the absent ships themselves, vessels that vanish like breath quietly. The sea claims ships in ways maps struggle to account for. Records show vessels that radio distress, and then sail on. Hulls empty, crews vanished with cups left warm. Sometimes logs return with precise navigation, and no collision recorded. Sometimes gear betrays a struggle, other times there is no mark at all. Theories proliferate: stowaways, mutiny, chemical hallucination, rogue waves, but each case resists a tidy verdict. Equally confounding are phantom islands that appear on charts for decades and then evaporate under survey. Shoals that were once solid on paper, then absent beneath modern echo sounders. Some phantoms prove to be pumice rafts, temporary landmasses, formed by volcanic fallout, and wave sculpted, so that from a crow's nest, they resemble shore. Others are mirages, heat and light conspired into geometry that looks like sand. Yet a few remain pure ghosts, repeated reports, multiple captains, and yet when researchers arrive, the sea is simply deep and indifferent. Shipping companies learn to navigate both real and cartographic uncertainty. Digital databases inherit errors that persist until an expedition corrects them. Historical maps, copied and recopied, can fossilize mistakes into place names that outlive the features they once denoted. The ocean seems to delight in this instability, keeping people oriented by story as much as by soundings. As charts update and GPS tightens the net, new mysteries migrate to subtler corners, objects that vanish from radar, but not from memory, ship wakes that fade, although the ship, and currents that rearrange debris into new secrets and puzzling. When animals beach en masse, the shoreline becomes a courtroom for hypotheses. Strandings range from single cetaceans to flotillas of smaller mammals and fish. Each event a tangle of timing, anatomy, and environment. Sometimes a naval exercise and sonar interference correlate with a spike in strandings. Sometimes toxic algal blooms explain neurological collapse. Sometimes weather and geomagnetic anomalies line up to provide a plausible map. Yet many mass strandings arrive with no smoking gun. Healthy animals, calm seas, no net evidence of poisoning. Social species complicate matters. The distress of one individual translates into the navigation errors of many, and the school's cohesion becomes a fatal trait. When a leader falters, rescue teams work under odd constraints. The animals often revive in cool water, but deteriorate quickly in shallow warmth. Teams decide interventions, autopsies reveal lesions, parasites, and odd stomach contents that hint at diet shifts. But none of these findings add up to a universal cause. In remote places, strandings coincide with brief storms or with the passage of large ships. In other records, they occur on still nights with no apparent influence. Cultural response colors science. Coastal communities develop rituals to handle the dead, while researchers argue in floating conferences about measurement bias and causation. The shore absorbs the bodies and the questions, and as debris is removed, the mystery moves offshore, leaving a thin trail of blood and many questions. Media arrives, theories swirl. On certain beaches, the dead arrive as puzzles. Flesh bloats into grotesque balloons, tissues slow into sheets, and what once was a recognizable animal becomes a globster, a mass of collagenous mystery that resists identification by sight. Early observers named them with awe. Later scientists cut samples and found altered tissue, degraded DNA, and signs of advanced decomposition, accelerated by warm water and bacteria. Yet not all transformations fit known decay. Some corpses show preservation of soft parts, odd mineralization, or external growths that resemble barnacles, but house no known larvae. In several accounts, whale carcasses host communities of unexpected species, sessile animals colonizing a once mobile giant in days. Sometimes stomach contents reveal plastics and human waste, a modern signature of mortality that complicates older cases, and sometimes there are embedded metallic fragments that suggest collision with human artifacts. Volunteers photograph and tag pieces, museums gather skins, and researchers sequence fragments, hoping to place the remains in a taxonomic tree. Despite technology, many finds remain ambiguous. Tests return partial matches to known species, or contamination clouds the analysis. The shore becomes both laboratory and gallery, communities watching scientific process in real time. Scavengers arrive within hours, scent rides wind, institutions record events, debate scientific and social implications across communities. As technology peers into darkness, new puzzles appear in grayscale, sonar returns that refuse simple interpretation. Side-scan mosaics reveal shapes that flicker between biological outlines and geometric edges, depending on angle, ambiguous shadows that suggest walls, mounds, or simply sediment ripples. Towfish cameras sweep, and the image dissolves into suspended silt. Autonomous vehicles cross, and recordings change. Sometimes the signal betrays motion where none is visible, a blur that shifts between frames, as if something breathing below the mud changes reflectivity. At other times the seafloor lights up in short, bright plumes on acoustics. Events that last seconds and leave no trace in cause. Engineers check sonar calibration, reprocess data with different filters, and find some anomalies persist across systems and years. Geologists propose buried lava flows, gas migration chimneys, or bioturbation by ancient communities of organisms. Archaeologists point to regularities that hint at human construction. Remote sensing remains impartial. The quiet patterns remain. The problem is not lack of data, but the interpretive gap. Sound, like language, requires context. When vehicles land and sample, explanations grow complex. Mixed grain, manganese fallout, colonies of tube worms, or refractive silt. Yet a handful of features remain beautifully stubborn. Straight lines too regular for natural bedding, arcs that close into near-perfect rings. They invite story but demand patience. Samples are taken, reports file. The ocean keeps its shadows and crews learn to expect another surprise on the next pass, because echo is a way water hides and then reveals. Mystery fields persist. Pockmarks pock the seabed like a face freckled by breath. Depressions formed where fluid erupts from below. At times, methane or brine forces its way upward, carrying sediment and bubbles that etch the bottom into a fingerprint of escape. In places, sudden gas releases disturb the water column, creating slicks, froth, and even violent bubbles that lift weakly anchored animals to the surface. Geochemists sample seep fluids and find complex mixtures, hydrocarbons, sulfides, mineral-laden waters, that host specialized microbial communities, chemosynthetic life that thrives without sunlight. Yet the timing puzzles researchers. Some seeps flow for centuries, others flare, then quiet for decades before waking again. Subsea landslides can uncap stores, but many eruptions lack obvious triggers. Climate adds another variable. Warming seas change hydrate stability, potentially priming slopes for release. But the correlation between temperature rise and discrete blowouts is noisy. Mapping pockmarks shows networks that link across continental margins, like veins of escape, and sometimes the pattern hints at past tectonic breaths rather than present leaks. Remote sensors capture acoustic signatures, broadband bursts that indicate rising bubble trains, but the exact plumbing below remains speculative. When blowouts occur near pipelines or platforms, human risks loom. when they happen in wilderness, the consequences are ecological and slow, rewriting habitats. Scientists model scenarios, run tests and return to surveys, because the seafloor keeps vaults of gas that can change behavior without much warning. Fishermen report odd currents and sudden fish kills near new pockmarks sometimes. The ocean floor itself can move in ways that mimic monsters. Entire slopes slip suddenly, landslides racing downslope for miles, pushing walls of water outward in silence. Sometimes they follow quakes, other times they erupt without obvious trigger, carving scars into seafloor maps and releasing plumes of sediment that blot out sensors. Records show sudden displacement, capable of generating tsunamis, without surface clues. No storm, no tremor, felt on land, only a surge arriving hours later. Submarines report terrain altered overnight, canyons widened, ridges erased. Sediment cores preserve abrupt layers of disturbed grains, broken shells, and displaced stones, all evidence of catastrophic pulses. But the rhythm of these slides remains unpredictable. Why one slope collapses, and its twin nearby endures, why some generate massive waves, and others whisper into darkness. Gas hydrates, temperature, and slope angle all explain pieces, but not the total. Scientists lower cameras and find chaotic fields of blocks, boulders scattered like dice, gullies that suggest movement too recent to be fossil. The ocean's geography is not fixed. It breathes, shudders, rearranges. Entire habitats vanish, new plateaus rise, as if the bottom is alive in its own slow storm. Ships log turbidity currents, avalanches of suspended mud racing downslope at highway speeds, dense enough to snap cables on the seafloor. These events transmit tremors across networks, but the cause is not always traced. From these restless movements, the narrative shifts toward life again, to organisms that appear in places they should not be, organisms arriving in impossible numbers or in improbable conditions, hinting at secrets of dispersal. Every so often, the sea hosts appearances that feel like rehearsals for myths. Fish congregations swell to proportions that no biologist expects. Carpets of sardines along coasts so dense, they choke nets and turn water into a single moving body. Locals say the sea boils, scientists say spawning drives the crowd. Both descriptions miss the majesty. At other times, jellyfish bloom into shoals, stretching for miles, glowing domes thick enough to clog intakes and stall ships. The cause sometimes lies in altered currents, sometimes in warming waters, sometimes in overfishing of predators, yet similar conditions elsewhere fail to trigger blooms. A hidden switch seems to govern sudden collective appearance, as if an unseen signal pulses through water and billions respond. Stranger still are cases where deep-sea animals rise en masse to shallow layers, witnessed by submarines as rivers of creatures flowing uphill against expectation. Lights catch eyes unfamiliar in near-surface waters, things that normally dwell kilometers down. Instruments note oxygen anomalies, salinity oddities, shifts that don't correspond neatly with known upwelling. Is it disturbance from vents, subtle chemical signatures of shifting tectonics, or something else entirely that calls them upward? Whatever the cause, these sudden masses alter ecosystems briefly and vanish just as fast, leaving researchers scrambling to explain appearances already gone. Fishermen's tales describe seas thick with creatures overnight, then empty days later, and sometimes such stories prove true. From fleeting abundance, attention turns toward fleeting absence, ships encountering dead zones, expanses of ocean where life seems simply to have stepped away. Dead zones look deceptively normal from above. Waves lap, seabirds wheel, and currents cross as usual. Yet, nets drawn through return empty. Oxygen monitors plunge, and life deserts the water column. Sometimes seasonal, sometimes abrupt. These low oxygen regions expand and contract, like lungs across the globe. Nutrient overload from rivers can spark some cases. Algal blooms die and rot, consuming oxygen in decay. But other dead zones emerge in remote waters far from farms and factories. where no obvious trigger waits. Satellites watch eddies stirring the same waters without always causing collapse. Submarines document layers turning anoxic, suffocating fish, shellfish, and all but microbes. The puzzle lies not in the mechanics. Decomposition is known, but in the scale and timing. Why does oxygen vanish to nothing in 1 year, and not the next? Why do creatures sometimes avoid an area, months before collapse is measurable? Perhaps they sense chemistry shifts, subtle signals beyond instruments. Other times the dead zone appears without warning, catching fleets by surprise. Once oxygen returns, the zone often recovers slowly, patchy, ecosystems scarred, food webs bent. Some regions return repeatedly, like recurring wounds. Others heal and remain lively for decades. As scientists watch, the zones hint at larger patterns yet unrevealed, forcing humanity to consider how the ocean signals imbalance. While dead zones signal emptiness, elsewhere the sea becomes too full, not with absence but with sudden foams, carcasses, or debris delivered in overwhelming excess that science can only partly pass. The ocean sometimes performs excess, so extreme it feels deliberate. Whales strand in dozens upon a single beach, their bodies aligned as if choreographed. Fish wash ashore in windrows stretching for kilometers, each individual intact, eyes glassy, no storm present. Explanations chase events, toxic blooms, oxygen depletion, shock from temperature shifts, or sonar confusion. Each finds evidence sometimes, fails other times. Carcasses draw scavengers, drawing more attention, turning beach into spectacle. Authorities struggle between disposal and preservation, between public health and scientific sampling. Meanwhile, in remote places, seabirds fall by thousands, stomachs empty, wings intact. Is it starvation, current change, prey redistribution, or unseen toxins? When questioned, oceanographers shrug and note correlations that refuse to stabilize into causes. Some years bring abundant fish, others empty seas, and the same bays cycle between feast and famine. The balance behind these swings remains partly hidden, threads connecting climate oscillations, current regimes, and subtle ecological cues. The excess overwhelms, the ocean spills life onto land, as reminder of its scale and indifference. These masses rot, vanish, or feed ecosystems anew, but the riddle persists. From bodies and emptiness, the tale shifts to the intangible once more, to whispers and visions mariners claim to have seen above waves, illusions that resist physics yet repeat across centuries. The ocean does not only stage phenomena of water and biology, it also meddles with perception itself, making sailors and scientists question what is seen, what is recorded, and what is remembered in journals filled with doubts. Phantom ships continue to trouble careful minds, because some apparitions refuse to sit neatly inside mirage logic. Crews report hulls rising where no radar return exists. Masts limned with a dull electrical glow, rigging detailed enough to count spars, then dissolving as the vessel closes. Superior mirage can lift a distant ship above curvature. Yes, yet many accounts describe silhouettes, standing in directions with no traffic lanes, and under air too steady for refractive ducts. Old logs mark recurring latitudes, where whole fleets parade across the horizon for minutes, keeping station as if drilled by an unseen admiral, then vanish without wake. Modern witnesses add confusion, binoculars resolve planking, AIS shows nothing, the sea resumes its blank stare. Some blame distant rigs, others heat ripples, still others atmospheric layers so exact they carve images from noise. None explain the consistency of details or the absence of any measurable source. A curious handful involve sound, faint creaks and shouted orders, reaching decks before the shapes appear, as if hearing outran sight. Navigators record bearings and times, return months later, and find only open swells and wind running level to the edge. The mind loves patterns. The ocean offers rehearsals that look like proof, then refuses a repeat under instrumented watch. What remains is a memory shared across centuries: rig, sail, shadow, discipline, and a departure too clean for weather. From these stage tricks, the narrative edges closer to voices themselves, carried impossible distances on nights when air turns corridor and water becomes floor. Across certain nights, voices migrate over water, far beyond any common sense reach, syllables crossing bays and capes, to arrive coherent on decks, dozens of kilometers away. People argue refraction in surface layers, temperature inversions, and sound ducts. Instruments agree in part, then stumble on direction. A laugh from a beach arrives from the wrong quarter. A bellboy rings twice in the ear, while the metal itself stays silent. A conversation slides sideways, as if the path bent mid-air. Old keepers tell of hearing markets open inland, mule shoes on stone, and church doors. Then the surf returns, and the land withdraws. Radios complicate matters. Crackle carries scraps of speech in languages not present on any frequency plan for the night, then disappears without leaving a hint of ionospheric skip. The ocean keeps this talent for long corridors, arranging layers that guide energy like hallways inside a house no map can draw. Sometimes the reverse occurs. A ship's whistle falls flat within its own shadow, while a distant crew hears it perfectly. An acoustic blind spot traveling with the hull. Scientists model ducks and shadow zones, publish curves that match experiments, and still cannot forecast a night when a single sentence will ride from one headland to another intact. Fishermen learn to lower their voices when fog hangs level, because the air has ears then. From far carried syllables, the thread returns to water in motion again, swell that arrives without storm, beats that lift harbors to rhythm, and waves that step like metronomes over calm. On certain sunlit days, long-period waves arrive from nowhere, lines so evenly spaced, they resemble a cardioid beating across the sea. Locals call them ghost swell, motion birthed by storms leagues away, reshaped by the planet's curvature, slipping into coasts that have known only fair weather for a week. Surf predicts the set with superstition. Instruments record the period, still the first arrival feels uncanny. Piers begin to heave in a pulse. No flag foretold. Buoys nod, as if answering a question asked hours earlier, beyond the horizon. Sometimes the swell is ordinary and generous. Sometimes it leaps quietly to double amplitude, and catches walkers at tide lines that seemed tame a minute before. Beach logs hold tales of sneaker waves, that cross dry sand and fold picnics into foam without warning. And those statistics explain tales and interference. The timing lands like intention. Harbors experience stranger scenes. Cranes sway, lines tighten, empty slips, slap water up their ladders, while the surface remains glassy between beats. Engineers line up wind roses and weather maps, and find good parents, but not good guardians. The child remains mercurial. At a few inlets the beat awakens resonances that step rooflines, then lie down again. In this pulse there is nothing supernatural, yet the precision with which it finds weak ankles, and inattentive ankles, keeps superstition close. From here the motion narrows into basins, and water behaves like instrument, harbour seiches rising and falling for hours, in notes the coastline never admitted it could sing before. Inside semi-enclosed harbours the sea can behave like a bell struck once, then ringing for baffling hours. A swell packet threads a narrow mouth at the right phase, and pushes the basin into resonance, water sloshing from key to key with elegant cruelty. Fishermen tie extra lines, then watch knots creep toward failure as decks rise and fall without wind. The beat will not match local waves. It will ignore schedules. It will feel like an argument between geometry and patience. Engineers can solve parts of it: length, depth, friction, nodal patterns. They can draw a diagram of standing waves and mark antinodes where vessel motions peak. Yet prediction remains temperamental, because the ocean insists on feeding the basin a changing diet of periods and angles. A similar harbour across the headland stays quiet under the same forcing. This one paces like an insomniac. Worse are multiple modes awakened together, the water answering in counterpoint until moorings hum. Few things feel stranger than watching calm water climb steps and retreat. Again and again, in blue weather, crews hear lockers rattle, and think of small earthquakes. Instruments insist it is merely the basin expressing its shape with enthusiasm. The episode ends slackly, leaving a faint list of bottles on shelves and stories to retell over coffee. From these self-playing instruments, the narrative lifts to the open sea again, where lines form without wind, streaked ribbons of foam and weed that gather with improbable neatness, roads on water that appear under stars and persist in gentle dawn. Langmoor streets parade across fair seas, as parallel bands of slick and sparkle, windrows tidy enough to steer by. Textbooks assign them to counter-rotating surface rolls, spun by wind, drawing foam, weed, and plankton into alternating lanes. Yet sailors meet them at night, under baffling calms, see them align against the prevailing breeze, and watch them hold course while wind veers. Some lines slip over shoals and refuse to break. Others hook around invisible corners. A deckhand pours coffee and sees the sheen run ahead in a narrow road until the mug cools. Nets set along a street return rich, while identical gear 50 meters aside goes slack. The pattern looks mechanical. The causes feel improvisational. Instruments detect shear at the surface, then lose it, then detect it again displaced and stronger. Satellites catch the longer relatives, spiraling signatures that run for tens of kilometers, but miss the delicate lanes that decide whether tonight's watch sees a hallway to nowhere or nothing at all. The streets can write maps for predators, draw routes for jellyfish blooms, and connect floating seed to floating wood, as if choosing to assemble rafts. Some crews report faint rims of bioluminescence fringing the slicks, as if life were underlining the text with cold fire. The ocean, asked for explanation, shrugs, adjusts wind slightly, and moves the punctuation. From these convergences, attention follows the collected cargo, sargassum rivers, filamented bands of weed, whose borders look legalistic, and whose migrations look like strategy rather than drift. Whole currents wear sargassum like sashes, floating forests with edges sharp enough to court argument. On one side, clear blue, on the other, a raft thick with crabs, shrimp, fish, eggs, and seed, a moving shore that casts shade on water too deep for trees. The mystery is not that weed floats, it is the economy the bands sustain over months, and the caprice with which boundaries hold or fail. A satellite frame promises a golden highway. A boat intercepts only patchy scatter. Elsewhere, a modest line seen at dusk has doubled by dawn and draws in everything that touches it, as if magnetized. Chemistry changes at the border, temperature sometimes does too, life certainly does. Yet the partition resists neat physics, enforcing a frontier without walls. Scientists model windage, wave convergence, and submenso-scale eddies, and can paint a convincing day. Tomorrow's picture ignores them. Some years the weed refuses coasts and rides wide gyres. Other years it throws miles of rack in a single week upon towns unready for sweet rot. The band behaves like an organism in disposition if not in kind, choosing, sulking, dispersing, concentrating. Islanders learn to read the horizon's texture as much as its color. From these surface rivers the narrative sinks down a slope where sand flows like water. Here dunes migrate across seabeds, ripples grow into barchans with horns, and whole escarpments slump in slow-motion avalanches called sandfalls, pouring over ledges toward depths that rework maps with cat's paw patience. Along continental margins, gravity persuades sand to behave like liquid. Internal tides or passing storms nudge grains until ridges on the shelf break into currents of falling beige, cataracts that slip over scarps and vanish into deep shadow. Cameras lowered into the haze catch curtains of grains sweeping past like a blizzard of summer, sound reduced to a velvet hiss. Where the shelf steps, sandfalls pour relentlessly, building deltas on slopes nobody walks and drawing filigree onto canyon walls that no sunlight sees. The phenomenon is simple and stubbornly hard to forecast. Some ledges sleep for months, then wake under mediocre weather. Others pour steadily until an abrupt hush that puzzles the same instruments that predicted constancy. Grain size, cohesion, bioturbation, and slope all offer levers for explanation. Still, the lever positions that matter most are set by a choreography unseen. Divers who have felt downslope rivers in miniature speak of an unease, a sense that the ground is not ground. In smaller theatres, surge channels near reefs breed sandfalls that cascade and vanish with a rhythm unrelated to the swell a snorkeler sees overhead. Stand ashore and the sea looks placid, descend and the landscape is moving. From these granular waterfalls the tale edges into sound again, but this time from stone sea caves that sing, blowholes that take a coast's breath and return it as music, and cliffs that play single notes when storm and tide align precisely enough to make rock and water memory join. A headlands with the right geometry. The ocean composes pipe organs. Waves pack air into narrow caverns. Pressure spikes race along stone, and vents on the cliff rim breathe with whistles, roars and sudden percussive coughs that knock hats into gorse. Many blowholes obey storm and tide. A few misbehave, speaking on gentle afternoons and falling silent during gales that should stir them without mercy. Microphones set for weeks catch patterns, diurnal swells in tone, harmonics rising with spring tides, interrupted by inexplicable rests, as if the instrument were refusing an encore. Some caves add visual emphasis, plumes leap skyward, then sink back into their mouths as if embarrassed by height, leaving rock damp in perfect ellipses. Nearby gulls learn to ride the pressure, seals navigate with amused caution. Humans gather at the safe edge of risk and count intervals like gamblers. When sound grows low and steady, listeners swear they can feel the cliff hum through boot soles, a vibration that stitches body to headland. Engineers sketch Helmholtz resonators and quarter-wave tubes, and capture part of the truth. What remains is the cliff's patience and personality. Two nearly identical coves a mile apart will differ. One melodious, one mute. The difference hides in cracks and microchambers, changes seeded by earthquakes, winter freeze, old lightning. On certain nights the music lures people to linger long after sensible weather ends. They leave finally, wool smoking with salt, the song still in their bones. Fog slides in. The sea takes the measure of air again. Cold air crossing warm water breeds sea smoke. A white herd of tattered forms running low and fast above black calm. From a distance it looks solid enough to touch. From the deck it separates into streamers that curl and merge, birthing shapes with jaws and limbs the brain insists upon, then unmaking them 2 breaths later. Photographs catch wolves and caravans. Video shows only ragged breath. The physics, evaporation fog, convective cells, satisfies a manual, not an eye. Some mornings the herd runs directional against light breeze, as if driven. Other mornings it grazes in place. In polar dawns sea smoke rises with faint spectrum, prismatic edges around vapor horns when sun sits just so. A color nobody can point exactly to later. Pilots talk of illusions at the threshold. Horizons soften, leads appear where there are none. False coasts advance and retreat as if teasing. Sound changes inside it. A shout collapses into cotton immediately before the mouth. Creatures alter course. Birds hesitate. Seals vanish into holes while fishermen slow because timing, not visibility, feels wrong. Why one fetch erupts and a neighboring fetch remains plain. Why a particular cove hosts a gallop each winter sunrise and another stays empty. Why the herd suddenly lifts and dissolves as if a whistle blew. These belong to microstructures the forecast cannot resolve. When the vapor clears, deck shoes glisten and stories accumulate. The sea feels newly edged, like a blade you have tested with a thumb. From this frost breath theatre, sight dives underwater again towards stranger optics. Step inside a halocline, and the world wavers like heat above asphalt. The boundary between fresh and salty layers turns solid-looking, wrinkled by currents. A horizontal mirage that tears divers in half as they cross. Lights smear into comets. A hand becomes 2. A buddy's face liquefies into oil and reforms. In caves that drink rivers and the sea together, these layers stack, fresh over brackish over marine, 3 weathers held inches apart. Sometimes a milky underwater cloud forms where bacteria feast on the chemistry, an opaque bank with its own ruffled surface, complete with ripples and false waves that break and tumble inside darkness. Instruments describe index of refraction, density steps, and diffusion. Divers describe vertigo and trembling awe. The oddity is not that layers exist, it is their personality. One day the interface stands crisp as glass, the next it wanders in parabolic rolls that swallow distance. Faint currents arrive like fingers and dimple the sheet for minutes, then retreat. A fin kick can tear a hole that closes behind like elastic, leaving cottony shreds that twist downward. In open sea, smaller cousins produce shimmering lanes under thermoclines, moving windows that hide and reveal reefs as if a curtain swayed. Predators lurk at these edges. Plankton accumulates. Life tests thresholds the way humans test doors. Leave the boundary and the water simplifies. Remain and the mind negotiates between two realities. When you surface, air feels blunt. The ocean has just shown you a wall that breathes. Rains that deliver fish to fields and puddles complicate tidy categories of weather. Newspapers delight in photographs of wriggling minnows on streets, of frogs hopping across verandas under clearing skies, of eels ribboning through ditches miles from any lake. Waterspouts can explain part of it. Vortices that vacuum shallow schools and transport them downwind. But distribution often refuses that simplicity. Single species falls arrive with animals all of similar size, as if sorted by a sieve. Some land alive and vigorous after a bruising flight, others dead and oddly uninjured. In several reports, no storm cloud stands above. The day is merely unsettled, and the rain is local to a few blocks. Ocean influence lingers in the species list, yet inland towns claim events far from coasts and far from substantial lakes. Scientists propose secondary lifts, gust fronts, wake lows, outflow boundaries, acting like brief hoists, and note how memory selects for spectacle, while forgetting quieter deposits of seed and insect. Still, the pattern of selectivity gnaws. Why catfish today, not panfish? Why juveniles together? Why this neighborhood, and not the one just downwind? Residents collect buckets, rescue survivors into kiddie pools, and speculate about divine humor. Meteorologists write careful paragraphs, underline likely mechanisms, and accept how rarely variables align to produce a carnival. As puddles fade, so do certainties, leaving a smell of damp iron on sidewalks, and a sense that sky and water have handshake agreements we scarcely understand. The ocean's reach can be literal, the ocean's jokes can be very local indeed. Currents deliver messages, with a patience no courier can match. Drift bottles cast from ships, ride gyres and boundary layers, circle basins, beach on remote capes, return to sea, and repeat for years before a hand finds the glass. Experiments launch thousands and map returns. Still, anomalies glow in the data, notes dropped within sight of one coastland, repeatedly on the same small beach seasons apart, as if a subtle eddy owned the place. Others cross oceans in straight-looking arcs that ignore the meanders scribbled on charts, then linger just offshore for months as if reluctant to commit to land. Some bottles travel in pairs set minutes apart and then separate for a decade before reuniting on neighboring sand within a week, a coincidence too neat for narrative and too noisy for math. The messages themselves can be ordinary: dates, names, weather, love, or peculiar coordinates for rocks that no longer exist. A sketch of a gull, a recipe for bread that survives the salt. Modern beacons echo the puzzle. Drifters with GPS report loops like handwriting, then wipe the slate and write new letters without warning, hinting at structures smaller than our models comfortably hold. What the sea tells the patient listener is that persistence reveals personality. A coast has favorite arrivals, a promontory edits traffic, a bay stamps the mail and sends it back out again. The final letter lands in a child's hands with weed and shell stuck to glass. She opens it. The ocean has spoken in a slow tense. Polonias, open water windows in packed sea ice, appear where charts show only white, holes breathing in winter's armor, far from any coast. Satellites catch them like dark eyes. Ships rarely reach them, and their timing resists calendars. Some openings form predictably along shores where winds drive ice away. Stranger are mid-pack polinias that bloom and close again across weeks. As if the ocean exhaled warmth through a pinhole and then stitched the wound. Storms, seabed ridges and deep eddies likely conspire. Wind peels surface slabs, currents tug from below, and rising water keeps the patch from freezing. Yet the recipe shifts from year to year, defying duplicate attempts. Instruments record heat fluxes enough to change skies above, birthing clouds where none were forecast. Next winter, identical winds blow over identical maps and nothing opens. Migrating animals find these oases and rewrite routes, while nearby colonies starve in winters that look the same on paper. Travelers report steam ghosting upward at dawn, tracks of seals stitched around a black lake, and a horizon rimmed by walls of white. Whether the trigger is buried in deep circulation, in waves trapped under ice, or in minute flaws within new plates, remains unsettled. The ocean demonstrates a valve, then hides the handle. When the hole finally heals, a skin forms in hours and thickens to matte days later, preserving no signature but stories. East of such openings, another ice trick waits on coasts, a creeping wall that climbs the land like a slow animal, glass roaring. Along certain shores the ocean assembles a siege engine from shards. An ice shove begins quietly. Wind and current align, plates unhinge, and a mile of pack starts crawling landward. At first it rasps like paper, then it roars. The front rises into a brittle bluff that climbs beaches, eats fences, and leans against houses. Witnesses describe a white animal advancing, cracking its knuckles as it goes. Sensors blame pressure ridging, wind fetch, tides. Yet the threshold converting drift into assault pleases no model. One winter the shore hosts graceful pressure hummocks. The next, under winds no stronger, a wall arrives. Some shoves pause for hours, as if listening. Others sprint hundreds of yards, cross roads, bury stones, then fall still with no change anyone can name. Microtopography matters. Snow load and shoreline slope too. The combination builds a riddle in variables that won't hold still. People fight it, backhose versus crystal, then learn to step aside and film history. Inside the wall, the sound shifts from roar to hiss to a muffled chime, like glassware stirred by spoons. When motion drains away, the structure remains, a frozen city of spires and leaning rooms, blue within, salt dusted across ledges. By afternoon it sags and slumps, reverting to ordinary rubble. In archives, photographs look like repeats replayed by memory. After nightfall the tide returns and steals details while no one watches. The shore wakes unsure whether the visitor was weather or dream. Far offshore, another puzzle writes lines of holes into mud. On the deep seafloor, cameras sometimes find neat rows of small holes through soft sediment, beads on a straight thread, extending beyond the light. The spacing is so regular, the mind jumps to architecture. Survey stakes, footprints, a tool dragged by something deliberate. Roves probe with samplers, and discover each opening leads into a tiny burrow, yet many end blindly within inches. No occupant presents itself, no excavated spoil frames the rim, no consistent gas seep bathes the line. Hypotheses line up, worms venting, buried clams breathing, small crustaceans testing, or fluids punching up under pressure, along a hairline fracture. None fits every observation. In some fields, holes recur in old tracks, as if whatever made them follows its own previous path. In others, rows intersect like stitched seams, an embroidery on continental mud. Current meters register murmurs that might push particles aside, but parallel rows persist against crossflow. Geological maps show subtle faults nearby that could guide fluids. Biologists counter that animals prefer straight lines for reasons we cannot guess. The mystery survives because evidence is shy. Return a year later, and the rows are gone under silt. Visit a different province, and new lines appear, as crisp refusing to confess parentage. Crews begin to speak of them as signatures rather than rocks. Signatures that insist on order in a world that should erase it. The robot backs away, and the camera catches another puzzle. Circles of ice pancakes milling at the edge of a marginal sea, colliding like coins. Pancake ice forms when newborn sheets fracture into coins, rims thickening as waves flip and collide them until each disc wears a raised lip. From above, a field resembles pottery laid to cure. From deck, the pancakes bump and tinkle like a million plates in argument. The basics are teachable. Grease ice thickens, flows round off, collisions build edges. But the choreography reaches for something subtler. Why do rows and spirals emerge across bays with windfields too messy for such order? Why does one cove host discs all the same size while another hosts nested families, small coins riding larger ones like satellites? On some mornings the lip froths into lace, crenellations persisting for hours, though waves should abrade them into slurry. On others rims remain blunt, despite harsher seas. Photographs show vortices pinned to rocks by invisible threads, eddies that herd discs into necklaces. Instruments log period and fetch and cannot explain the ornament. Crews nudge cakes with poles and watch them return to lanes as if rails existed beneath. Seals slip between coins without disturbing pattern. Birds land and spin as the discs realign. Occasionally the field hardens overnight into a single quilt, stitching seams that reproduce yesterday's lanes like memory, while a neighboring inlet remains shattered and noisy. Perhaps microcurrents trace steel signatures across water. Perhaps Brazil crystals lock differently depending on mineral dust or bacterial films. The sea shows the work, refuses recipe. As wind freshens, necklaces scatter into traffic and tinkle becomes hiss. Far beyond, squalls wait. Sailors dread the term white squall, because the sky withholds warning. No anvil towers, no bruise of rain, only a pale horizon, and then a lash of wind arriving, as if cut from silence. Canvas slams, spray lifts horizontal, vessels heel hard enough to put rail under in seconds. Meteorologists point to microbursts, downbursts, gravity waves, and density currents fanning across the surface. Yet many cases lack parents. Instruments sometimes record a pressure dip without storm signatures. Other times the dip never appears while damage testifies. Accounts agree on the character. Sudden violence that starts and stops with certainty. One cove lies quiet. A headland away boats drag anchors and snap spars. In tropics the blast can arrive under a white sky so bright that squall seems a misnomer. In higher latitudes it can rip through fog without lifting the curtain. The puzzle lies in triggers and borders. Why does a gust front sharpen into a knife here and refuse to form there? Why does the footprint resemble a river channel one day and a fan the next? Mariners collect lore, cats' paws marching in rows, birds stooping toward water, a hush before commotion, and each omen proves true sometimes and false others. Forecasts improve slowly, yet still lag the sea's improvisations. Survivors remember the sound most, a tearing not matched by surf or thunder, as if air were rent. Afterward, damage aligns in straight swaths. Elsewhere the mechanism lifts basins without a cloud, raising water in pulses like tsunamis born from air. When atmosphere and sea lock step, harbors can rise and fall in surges called tsunamis, waves driven not by earthquakes, but by pressure jumps and wind patterns, sweeping fingers over basins. They begin as innocuous lines on barographs, and become sudden floods in marinas, set up and set down oscillations, that lift and empty slips, like buckets. Weather maps sometimes show innocent fronts. Videos show boats stacking and breaking lines under blue sky. The ingredients are known, a moving pressure pulse, matching a bay's natural period, wind pushing in phase, bathymetry focusing energy. But prediction fails as often as it succeeds. Two nearly identical days can differ. One produces a gentle nod, the next sends water climbing steps and racing through parking lots. In some cases the surge arrives minutes before thunder, in others there is no storm in sight. The signature can travel hundreds of kilometers of coast, lighting one inlet, skipping the next, ringing the third like crystal. Instruments installed after an event record quiet years. Then a surprise knocks ladders loose again. Residents tell of tidal schedules rewritten for an hour, of fish trapped on pavement, of docks slamming rhythmically, as if a giant walked the quay. Scientists refine warnings, add arrays, and still watch new basins volunteer themselves. The sea and sky continue their duet off-tempo, composing beats, whose downstroke is felt first by hull and knee. Far offshore, storms write on rock in another way, energy stepping into the crust, as quake-like tremor nobody expects from weather. Instruments anchored to the seafloor have found earthquakes without quakes, tremors born from storms that never touch the crust. During some tempests, long waves beat against continental shelves and steep banks in a rhythm that couples ocean to rock, pumping energy into the ground until seismometers register events, stormquakes, that masquerade as small tectonic slips. On paper, the mechanism is neat. Pressure oscillations at the right period push repeatedly on the same features, and the planet rings. At sea, the phenomenon behaves moody. Not every strong storm produces these signals. Not every coastline answers. Two swells of comparable strength can differ. One writes clean tremor families, the other leaves almost nothing. Bathymetry matters. Angle of approach matters. Yet maps cannot predict which reefs and banks will sing on a given night. Stranger, the ground's voice sometimes lags the storm, as if a basin had to be tuned before it would respond. The signature lasts hours after wind slackens, then stops abruptly while waves still run. Mariners notice nothing above, except an uneasy regularity in swells or a throb felt through hulls at anchor. Geologists debate whether certain signals hide true fault movement triggered by stress changes, or whether all observed families are purely oceanic drumming. The ocean does not care which camp wins. It pounds reefs and occasionally steps that rhythm into stone until the planet hums through machines. When storms pass, the record remains: dates, amplitudes, gaps that resist pattern. Far below, a clock ticks in darkness, a snowfall never melts. Marine snow falls endlessly through the water column, flakes of organic debris, mineral dust, and microbial gossamer that drift like winter inside a world without seasons. Submersibles enter this weather and watch a blizzard that never quite reaches ground because mouths intercept it. Copods, lavaceans, jellies, each catching threads and loosing others. The basics are known: surface blooms feed the rain, currents shear it into veils, creatures repackage it into sinking pellets. Yet the deep sea hosts sudden storms no model predicts, dense cascades that turn headlights into fog and bury instruments overnight. Cameras set months apart in the same canyon record, calm days, and inexplicably, avalanches falling from above without obvious triggers. Were there winds lighting the fuse? Did internal tides kink a layer and release hoarded matter? Did a migration compress food webs into a narrow hour, so waste-aligned like weather? The footprints suggest conspiracy. Oxygen dips, microphones hear crackles as fragile aggregates break, and then the snow lessens abruptly. At vents and seeps, minerals add glitter. Over trenches, flakes twist into spirals, brushing walls like moths. Animals exploit episodes in seconds, rising to feed, then hiding again. Days later, the seafloor shows drifts around rocks, shaped like dunes on a miniature moon. The falling never stops, but its personality changes without announcement, composing feasts and famines in the same week. Instruments archive silt and silence with equal care. Above, weather clears. Below, pages continue turning in dark, their ink made of dust, salt, and the work of deaths. Even the darkest abysses host flashes that seem out of place. Explorers diving trenches have recorded single strobes, blinding bursts in blackness that illuminate rock faces for seconds before silence returns. Some suspect camera reflections or equipment arcs, yet multiple vehicles separated in time and company have seen the same flare without malfunction. Bioluminescence explains many deep sparks, but not the scale of illumination. These bursts light hundreds of meters, overwhelming instruments meant for fragile glows. Was it a school of animals firing together, or chemical discharges from rock under stress, or static accumulated in silt avalanches? The debate hangs unresolved. Crews describe the aftermath as unsettling. Water seems thicker, shadows more reluctant to retreat, as if the ocean had blinked and decided not to explain. Logs call them deep flashes, and samples record nothing unusual afterward. except the minds of those who saw daylight far from the sun. Other mysteries creep upward with sound rather than light. Hydrophones lowered into the Hadal zones catch faint pulses, repeating every few minutes, signatures too regular for geological background, but too weak for known whales. Some spectrograms resemble beating hearts, others mechanical ticking. The signals wander across arrays, as if traveling slowly, with a drifting source. Conspiracies claim submarines, skeptics claim data glitches, yet long-term records show years of repetition in the same canyons, long after traffic moved elsewhere. Marine biologists consider unknown species, perhaps colossal squid conversing, perhaps fishes with drumming muscles scaled to trenches. Whatever the truth, the signals vanish abruptly one year, then resume years later, as though migrations follow a cycle hidden from us. For now, archives accumulate lines on spectrogram paper, like poems never translated. Scientists listen. The sea speaks. It offers syllables we cannot yet parse, and each unanswered word deepens the mystery. Sometimes the sea betrays illusions, so convincing that navigation falters. Mariners tell of looming islands rising on the horizon, entire coasts appearing where no land exists. Refraction bends light, yes, but why the shapes mimic known features remains a question. Reports from centuries apart describe identical phantom capes, complete with trees and peaks. More puzzling are islands plotted in shiplogs for decades before being erased by survey. Modern satellites should end such stories, yet false coastlines still slip into sensors, strips of cloud mistaken for stone, swell lines misread as shores. Software corrections remove most, a few persist until ships arrive and find only water. The persistence of ghosts in databases mirrors the persistence of belief that the ocean holds back territories of its own, revealing and concealing them at will. Legends of disappearing land often entwine with accounts of vanishing ships. Entire convoys have been logged, watched through spyglasses, sails full, before fading into haze without trace. Some cases may be mirages, others hallucinations, others tricks of fog scattering light. But not all fit those boxes. Crews record hulls detailed enough to name the rig, to sketch figureheads, to describe pennants in breeze, yet the vessels fail to materialize on approach. Lighthouses tell similar tales, lamps sighting masts drifting by night, bells rung for safety, no wreckage found. Ghost fleets haunt folklore, but modern radar adds puzzles. Operators sometimes watch echoes glide across screens, steady speed, steady heading, before fading cleanly without contact. Perhaps atmospheric ducting bends real ship signals into false places, perhaps software hiccups. But sometimes, the sightings align with no traffic at all. The sea lends apparitions, then pulls them away. Whirlpools are familiar, but the ocean sometimes engineers vortices vast enough to be visible from space, spinning gyres that trap heat and plankton for months. These eddies drift across basins like nomads, rich oases in deserts of blue, yet their births and deaths resist precision. Models predict eddy fields, satellites verify most. Still, rogue eddies appear suddenly, stronger than expected, surviving against currents that should shred them. Some even pair up, anticyclonic and cyclonic, dancing for weeks before dissolving together. Fishermen find sudden abundance near these gyres, while shipping lanes report strange resistance as hulls plow across hidden rivers. The eddy's edges behave like borders. Life thrives inside, languishes outside, and the wall between seems painted by hand. At smaller scales, whirlpools show personality beyond models. Narrows across the globe host maelstroms that surface not on every tide, but on some inexplicable schedule, their strength varying wildly. Old records describe whirlpools opening like mouths, dragging driftwood under for minutes, then closing without trace. Divers report columns spiraling below that have no surface expression at all, invisible traps for unwary swimmers. Physics explains eddies, currents meeting ledges, tides racing through bottlenecks. But why the timing? Why the sudden intensification? remains less clear. Some pools linger for centuries in lore, but vanish under modern watch, as if shy of cameras. Others, unmentioned in maps, surprise crews today. The ocean's spirals are familiar, yet always slightly alien, rehearsals of geometry that never quite repeat the same choreography. In tropical belts, waves sometimes roll in with no visible storm behind them. They travel in trains, long and regular, striking coasts. Days before satellites show disturbances. These forerunner swells baffle residents, who know the rhythm of their seas. Surfers welcome them, harbors fear them. The energy has crossed half an ocean, silent until it hits land. Some originate in storms thousands of miles away. Others appear without clear parent, lines conjured from the planetary atmosphere's own heartbeat. Instruments track them, but cannot always trace lineage. Their arrival feels prophetic, an omen written in water before skies shift. At higher latitudes, another rhythm perplexes watchers. Internal seiches within great lakes and fjords, bodies of water sloshing, as if nudged by invisible hands. The oscillations can persist for days, flooding one shore while drying another, with no wind to blame. Instruments reveal that subtle pressure fields, or distant quakes may start the swing, but why some basins resonate dramatically, and others only faintly remains unresolved. Residents along such waters describe hearing the land breathe, beaches growing and shrinking like lungs. These oscillations carry echoes of the planet's interior, signals linking geology, air and sea, in ways our equations still fumble. Storms are expected to churn seas, yet sailors describe sudden calm eyes not linked to cyclones, perfect circles of flat water amid chaos, lasting minutes or hours. These patches appear unreasonably still, bordered by sharp walls of turmoil. Explanations range from converging currents, damping surface chop, to trapped slicks of oil or plankton. None fully satisfies the precision of boundaries. Some eyes migrate, following ships as if tethered. Others linger in place like doors. Instruments lowered into the stillness find turbulence below, not calm, suggesting the ocean wears a mask for reasons unclear. The reverse also unnerves. Patches of water that writhe under calm skies. Devil's boiling pots, sailors call them, local upwellings that make seas froth without wind. Submariners know them as regions where density contrasts or volcanic gases disturb the surface. Yet many occur far from tectonic zones, with no clear venting. Fish sometimes gather at these places, as if drawn to food. Other times they avoid them entirely. The foam ceases as suddenly as it began, the sea smoothing over without trace. Whether such cauldrons are windows into hidden plumbing or the result of rare current collisions, they persist in story as reminders that the ocean is never truly at rest. Occasionally, beaches sing not just with sand, but with the tide itself. Listeners describe harmonics carried in waves, chords rising and falling with surf, more musical than random crash. Instruments detect resonance in curved bays, interference between swells, and reflections that line up into tones. Yet why only certain coasts produce this music remains uncertain. Some bays hum annually, others once and never again. Locals treat them as omens, as if the shore itself were an instrument. Even stranger are booming dunes inland, where avalanching sand produces organ-like notes. Though physics traces it to synchronized grain motion, questions remain. Why only some dunes? Why certain slopes? Why specific times of year? Mariners once linked coastal singing with inland booming, imagining some vast subterranean connection between desert and sea. Science separates them, yet mystery ties them together, earth and water, both capable of song, both refusing to yield every note's reason. The ocean sometimes burns with fire that is not fire. During certain algal blooms, waves crash in red, so luminous it seems a flame, entire coastlines glowing like embers. Explanations name bioluminescence and pigmentation, but residents still tell of nights when water seemed to burn hotter than explanation allows. The smell of iron hangs in air, and fish avoid the glow. Whether chemistry alone accounts for the spectacle, or whether microbes respond collectively to cues we cannot see, remains unresolved. Elsewhere, volcanic islands offer literal burning seas. Lava pours into surf, explosions thunder, steam plumes climb kilometers. Yet anomalies appear. Eruptions of identical scale behave differently. One bay foams and boils for months. Another subsides within days. Plumes sometimes generate lightning storms far larger than heat budget suggests. The ocean's chemistry interacts with magma in ways still poorly mapped, producing minerals and life forms adapted to extremes. Watching fire meet water reminds us that creation itself can remain a mystery. In mid-ocean, glass sponges weave skeletons, so intricate they resemble cathedrals. These living architectures persist for centuries, filtering water with slow patience. Yet their growth forms still puzzle biologists. Why do some rise as towering reefs, while others remain small? What invisible cues dictate branching and lattice? Chemical whispers, microbial companions, or subtle currents might sculpt them. They persist as alien blueprints we cannot yet decipher. Elsewhere, deep corals form gardens in total darkness. Fed not by sunlight, but by drifting marine snow, they arrange into structures resembling forests. Radiocarbon reveals some are thousands of years old, older than many civilizations. Yet their cycles of spawning, colonization, and collapse resist understanding. How larvae find bare rock in abyssal deserts. How they choose which currents to follow. How entire groves vanish without obvious change. These remain puzzles. Life builds architecture we barely recognize, patterns that resist our timelines and insist on their own. From time to time, instruments detect low-frequency hums rising from trenches. They persist for days, so regular they mimic machines. Submariners once feared they were engines of rivals. Scientists later wondered if geology spoke. Some signals align with tectonic settling, others do not. Could vast organisms, undiscovered, generate them? Could deep circulation grind in ways unfamiliar? The ocean keeps humming, and recorders keep guessing. On calmer coasts, another hum puzzles humanity. The world's hum, an ultra-low vibration sensed globally. Some of its source is seismic, some atmospheric, some oceanic, but the portion linked to ocean waves intrigues most. Two swells colliding, pushing energy into the crust until the planet rings. Why the pitch remains so constant, why certain coasts amplify it, still lacks full clarity. Earth itself, partnered with ocean, sings a lullaby to which all of us unknowingly sway. When the sea freezes, it sings. Newly formed plates under stress crackle like rifles, groan like cellos, and sometimes produce bells so sharp they echo across miles. Researchers record ice songs, but the full catalogue remains vast and unsolved. Why identical conditions yield silence, one night and chorus the next? Why cracks tune themselves into chords, remains unclear. The Arctic is an orchestra no human conducts. Elsewhere, great sheets flex under swell and produce booming noises called ice quakes, startling both animals and people. Some mimic cannon fire, others thunder long enough to shake snow from cliffs. Explanations blame thermal contraction and wave forcing, yet the unpredictability of pitch and timing persists. Sometimes the ice sings, sometimes it waits. Humanity listens and wonders. From here the story turns to, where each mystery deepens into longer accounts, one after another, until the full tally of 100 strange phenomena takes shape. Storms leave signatures that last longer than maps, and among the strangest is the hush that follows great cyclones, an expanse of water, so even it looks varnished. Crews call it the rogue calm. The barometer reads ordinary, the swell continues in long, tired shoulders, yet the small ripples of daily life seem deleted, as if a hand has brushed chalk from a slate. Gulls vanish. The air feels heavy. Footsteps on deck sound too close. Engineers check engines and instruments, because the quiet feels like a fault. Some officers claim the light itself changes. Edges softened, distances misjudged, lines of foam refusing to appear around pilings. A harbour inside the storm's footprint can feel bewitched for hours. Anchors sit oddly, moorings hang slack, and voices travel too well, as if the air had been tuned to carry secrets. Logbooks from distant oceans echo the same discomfort, centuries apart. One captain writes that the sea held its breath, another notes that birds landed on rails and simply stared. Theories chase the feeling without catching it. Perhaps layers have been shaken and inverted so thoroughly that energy refuses to reach the surface. A lid of uniform water damping the embroidery of wind. Perhaps aerosols from shattered waves change the way light skims, confusing the eye. Perhaps the crust itself hums under redistributed weight, sending a sensation through feet that brains translate as stillness. None of these clarifies the precise hour when the hush arrives, or the equally precise moment it lifts. A chief mate describes the end like a curtain pulled, cat's paws stipple, rigging chatters, and ordinary disorder returns with almost comic relief. Until then, time feels arrested. Coffee cools slower. A buoy bell heard miles off rings with chapel clarity. Even smells change. Tar and salt separate. In the galley, cutlery seems louder. In wheelhouses from Manila to Maputo, sailors mark the coordinates of remembered calms and warn relief crews with folklore, more than forecast. They say, keep watch, because a rogue calm often precedes a late sting, an outer band looping back, a squall born from leftover gradient, a gust that arrives with the confidence of a door slamming. Yet many calms end without violence, replaced by a normal afternoon as if the sea had reconsidered speaking. The lesson is not threat but temperament. The ocean is not only force, it is also will, and sometimes its will is to pause. To stand on a deck during that pause is to feel the size of water in a new register, not as height or roar but as authority expressed through restraint. You remember it years later, a level horizon, a sky without texture, and a sense that someone unseen was holding a finger to their lips, and the entire basin obeyed. Only when a faint cat's paw reappears, wrinkling the varnish into living water, does everybody exhale together, laughing too loudly at nothing, grateful for noise, grateful for mess, grateful even for the ordinary wind that ruffles thought back into motion. In the cold South Pacific, one season, hydrophones built to listen for submarines heard something that did not belong to steel. It rose in pitch and power, like breath turning into a shout, loud enough to stamp itself across sensors thousands of kilometers apart, quick enough to feel alive. Someone in the lab wrote bloop on the annotation line, an unserious name for a sound that troubled serious minds. Ice can shout. Ice rips, pops, booms as shelves crack and bergs roll. But the signature here looked animal, its curve too organic, its profile too much like a gargantuan throat clearing. To equal that amplitude, any singer would need to dwarf the blue whale, already the largest musician Earth has ever carried. Years later, reanalysis pointed back toward ice, after all, toward fractures amplified by the ocean's great rooms, the deep channels that carry low notes around capes and across abyssal plains. Sensible, satisfying, almost. Yet the tape remains uncanny when replayed, and cousins of the Culpeper archives, not identical, not frequent, but familiar enough to keep speculation fed. Biologists squint at spectrograms and imagine a lineage of voices we have not met. Geophysicists adjust filters and find glacial harmonies underneath. Perhaps both are true, that ice sang in the register of life, because water is a ventriloquist that lends shape to any pressure change. Mariners prefer the version with giants. Those who have watched dusk seal the surface and listen to whales, articulate paragraphs, feel no strain believing another grammar might exist deeper, a language we are deaf to, except when some syllable happens to cross a band. Our machines can hear. The bloop's real gift may be methodological humility. For decades, oceans have been mic'd and monitored, as if surveillance equals understanding. Yet here is a simple lesson that listening is not the same as knowing. If a single loud breath can occupy headlines for years, what of the thousands of softer breaths that pass unremarked each day? The murmurs of fish choruses, the purrs of beaked whales, the distant rattle of sand and bubble over reef. In some years, the same network hears a seasonal ladder called upsweep, tones that rise and fall like a beamed melody. No instrument plays. In others, that pattern fades, replaced by another nameless motif. All of them are filed, graphed, compared, and still their authors remain mostly uncredited. Night after night, hydrophones draw lines on paper while storms pass and currents turn. The sea keeps its choir anonymous. Perhaps the bloop was only a cold shelf breaking. Perhaps it was a voice, and that voice has moved on. Either way, the moment taught listeners that abyssal rooms have acoustics wider than imagination, that a basin can fold and focus sound like a cathedral, and that sometimes a story can be true as experience even when its explanation stays provisional. We still replay the tape, we still lean closer, we still ask who breathed. The ocean answers by humming, and the question lingers, immense. Cartographers draw coastlines with ink. The Sargasso Sea draws its own with current. It sits inside the Atlantic like a room without walls, bounded by the clockwise drift of the subtropical gyre, a slow whirl that corrals weed, wood, feathers, plastic, eggs, rafts, and questions. Entering from blue water, a crew meets a floating prairie, Sargassum Islands linked by threads and lanes, amber mats clacking softly against hulls and hushing bow waves into secrecy. Calm can suffocate here, wind simmering down to the kind of breath that moves only telltales. Compasses behave, minds wander. For centuries stories grew that ships became trapped, that the weed held fast like fingers. In truth, it parts and closes, but the feeling of hesitation lingers long enough to breed legend. What science knows complicates rather than cancels wonder. This is the nursery of eels, the mysterious species that leave rivers as silver adults and vanish toward this gyre, never to be seen spawning. Their larvae drift outward like secrets opened slowly, riding edges of currents in filigree paths. Researchers reconstruct from scant catches and chemistry written in tissue. Turtles shelter under the mats, fish hunt the shade, birds rest on islands that fold when swell rises. Yet within this apparent stillness lies dynamic lawlessness. Mats gather in sharp lanes for weeks, then dissolve overnight. Fronts that seem permanent wander like dream borders. Satellites map golden sashes one day, and emptiness the next. Wind, waves, density contrasts, and small eddies all explain parts. The living weed adds stubborn agency, snagging, lifting, sinking, and spawning in cycles that do not keep appointments. The gyre also gathers our follies. Nets haul bottles from nations whose coasts lie weeks away. Turtles wear necklaces of monofilament. Microplastic glitters like false plankton in sunlight. Even the best intentions complicate. Cleanup schemes risk sweeping life along with trash. Meanwhile, navigators report optical oddities. At matte edges, the water on one side greenish and heavy, on the other a deep elastic blue. Thermometers show a whisper of difference. Instruments catch a slip in salinity and a shift in texture. The Sargasso behaves like a boundary invented anew each dawn. Biologists suspect chemical signals travel through the weed itself, recruiting neighbors, coordinating buoyancy, stiffening or slackening holdfasts in response to weather nobody on deck can feel. For mariners who spend long watches threading these lanes, the Sargasso is both sanctuary and snare, quiet enough to rest, intricate enough to unsettle. The log records weed density in unpoetic numbers. The memory records a palette of golds and browns under an immense indifferent sky. To leave is to feel the hull relax into blue again, to hear the bow begin whispering. Behind, the mats close ranks and resume their drifting parliament. Somewhere within that parliament, a silver eel turns toward a path inherited before language, and the ocean, through this wall-less room, keeps secrets perfectly, patiently, forever. We trace its borders with equations and satellites, yet the sea redraws them nightly, reminding observers who truly authors maps. On some coasts, the water forgets ordinary color and chooses drama. Morning brings a brown tea that tastes of iron on wind. Noon deepens it toward port wine. Evening waves crash in electric blue, as if lit from within by batteries. People call it red tide, a convenient blanket over multitudes of blooms. Under microscopes, the cast changes. Dinoflagellates with armor and whips, diatoms in glass rafts, cyanobacteria writing old stories. Yet the curiography on human scales remains irresolute. Nutrients flush from rivers, upwelling arrives, temperatures favor division, and still some years nothing of note occurs. The opposite is crueler. All signs look normal, and then a coast wakes to coughs, dead fish, dogs sick from surf, and a smell like nickels. Toxins differ by species, neurotoxins that seize gills, chemicals that irritate lungs, but the pattern resists a single lever. Winds shuffle slicks from bay to bay, internal waves lift seed layers to sunlight. Eddies imprison blooms long enough for catastrophe. Satellite eyes paint stains across wide swaths. Those stains sometimes refuse to be there when boats arrive, and other times a tiny corner of pink on screen becomes a kilometre of soup. Night adds a seductive contradiction. Walk the same beach and each footfall ignites a halo of blue. Throw a stone and watch a comet. An oar signs its name with fire, as dolphins write cursive under the bow, beauty and harm alive together. In workshops, modelers tune thresholds, coupling growth equations to circulation patterns. Forecasts improve until a season arrives that laughs at variables. Locals develop folk heuristics, foam's taste, bird tracks, the behavior of bait, and their intuition sometimes beats instruments to the punch. Meanwhile, medicine learns and relearns the coastal curriculum. Shellfish beds close, nets go idle, clinics fill on windy days with eyes red and chests tight. Long after the water clears, rumors linger. People remember a year when fish floated belly up for a week, and nothing in the weather suggested cause. They remember a spectacular night when the bay burned blue, and next morning, a seal pup breathing too slowly on the sand. Perhaps microbes converse chemically, switching behavior once quorum rises. Perhaps turbulence decides fates by pinning thin layers against shore at just the wrong hour. The truth, as usual at sea, is plural. The ocean composes with physics and cells at once a duet that produces both festival and funeral. Afterward, journalists ask whether red tides are worse now. The answer requires a patience that data series rarely have. What remains certain is the feeling of exposure to invisible engines spinning a few meters below, and to splendors that arrive like apology. At dusk, a child drags a stick and the shallows explode into galaxies. At dawn, crews hose brown slime from decks. The sea keeps both images, and so do we, unable to decide whether night or day told the truer story of what happened. We name it, sample it, regulate it, and still wake surprised, because the tide keeps its own counsel beyond prediction. Coastal towns inherit a story their grandparents told. On still evenings, the sea can boom like cannon without storm or ship. Windows tremble, dogs start, gulls lift, and then silence returns as if the air had swallowed its own echo. Newspapers call them mystery booms. Geologists prefer brontides. Fishermen shrug and say, the coast spoke. Explanations line the shore like driftwood. Some point to shallow earthquakes, whose energy couples efficiently into air. Some to meteors fragmenting over water and leaving no fire for witnesses. Some to offshore gunnery far beyond the horizon. Each fits sometimes and fails often. Patterns tease. Certain bays report a handful each year, clustered in late winter evenings. Other stretches hear one in a generation, and remember it like a death in the family. Instruments complicate rather than settle. Seismometers occasionally record nothing, suggesting a purely atmospheric source. Microphones catch infrasound pulses that travel strangely, bending along layers as temperature flips the sky into ducks. Barographs bump a few tenths of a millibar, and then grow dull again. A small subset coincides with peculiar lights, faint sheets flickering just above the horizon, the sort that could belong to distant lightning, except no storm advertises itself on radar. Old lighthouse keepers spoke of will-o'-the-wisp, glows offshore on the same nights as booms, as if electricity were leaking from the weather. Modern eyewitnesses add tremor underfoot, a sensation like magnets pulling at jaw hinges. Volcanic explanations work near volcanic coasts and fail near granite. Breaking waves in sea caves can simulate cannon under certain winds. So can ice cracking. So can artillery half a nation away. Sound tunneling through inversions for hours. The puzzle survives because no single instrument has been in the right square of air at the right second often enough. The ocean's edge is vast. The boom is brief. Meanwhile, the culture of the coast responds as it always has, with observant superstition. People halt mid-sentence and wait to see whether a second report follows. Some step outside to smell the air, convinced sulfur rides the real ones. Children draw the sea with a speech bubble. Scientists, for their part, install wider arrays, compare notes with meteor networks, and write papers careful enough to preserve doubt. Perhaps the explanation is plural, a basket of causes that share a voice. Perhaps Brontides belong to the class of phenomena we will understand completely only in hindsight, after we have built listening that blankets both water and sky. Until then, the boom remains a reminder that silence is not a lack but a medium hawking its own properties. On the next quiet evening the town will hear another, or not. If it does, people will glance at the horizon and then at each other. No one speaks for a moment, as if the etiquette for replying to the sea required deference. Then someone laughs, and normal conversation returns, and the mystery folds itself back into the surf's ordinary punctuation, patient for years if necessary. Still the listening continues, faithfully. Night watchers sometimes witness something that reads like machinery running beneath an otherwise natural sea. Great wheels of light, turning under the hull. Spokes radiating from a dark hub rotating silently with a poise too clean for chaos. The phenomenon has a catalogue name, luminous wheels, and a bibliography that refuses to agree. Traditional bioluminescence glitters in bursts and streaks. This glows in order, spokes sweeping like second hands across acres. Some reports place a wheel entirely independent of the ship. Others describe a faint wheel appearing, then strengthening exactly as the vessel passes over, as if the hull's passage triggered a latent geometry. Proposed causes multiply. One school imagines vast populations of bacteria whose light is not mere reaction to touch, but part of a coordinated quorum, a wave of activation traveling by chemical whisper or electrical pulse through thin layers of water. Another points to internal waves, marching along density interfaces, compressing and relaxing plankton bands into spokes. A cousin hypothesis invokes surface ripples from faraway microsysms, focusing into caustics that sweep luminous cells like a broom. Each theory explains photographs. None explains the mileage. Some wheels span kilometers. Their symmetries crisp. Sailors argue from memory about speed. Certain wheels drift with the swell stately as planets. Others run faster than the ship, overtaking and fading. In the oddest accounts, two wheels interlock like gears and turn contrary, one clockwise, the other anti-clockwise, before both wink out together. Instruments rarely arrive in time. Satellite sensors can see diffuse milky seas, but wheels hide within that category like drawings in fog. A handful of crews have lowered cameras and captured spokes resolving from darkness, then dissolving again without a visible trigger. One image shows a spoke bisecting the bow wake without distortion, as if the pattern belonged to a layer deeper than the wake's violence. Light from below threading through churned water to compose a clean line. That detail haunts explainers. It implies the wheel is not painted on the surface, but projected from depth, an alignment of sources and optics. The subject breeds superstition. Old engineers claim wheels precede weather changes by a day. Young ones keep quiet, unwilling to give luck that much agency. Ashore analysts plead for coordinates, and timing enough to meet the next report with a plane or drifter array. The ocean, obligingly perverse, schedules wheels on empty midnights and cloudy moons when satellites cannot help. Perhaps the answer will be beautifully mundane. A resonance between shear and schooling organisms, a threshold phenomenon that looks miraculous only to those who meet it rarely. Until then, the sight belongs to sailors the way certain auroras belong to pilots, a private proof that order can arise briefly, exquisitely, and disappear without explanation. After the watch ends and lights are doused, the mind keeps turning spokes on the inside of the skull, imagining giant clocks rotating in the black, keeping time for creatures who require no numbers to know the hour. Some leave witnesses whispering long after dawn breaks softly. Long, ribboned bodies, like unfurled banners, sometimes drift into harbors ahead of troubling news. The oarfish, a deep-dwelling giant, with a silver ladder for a spine and red fin, like a pennant, is rarely seen alive at the surface. Yet clusters of sightings arrive in some years, carcasses beaching or fish swimming weakly in coves, and folklore stitches them to earthquakes and storms. Photos circulate, measurements are taken, crowds gather to touch a creature that seems drawn by myth more than current. Scientists protest coincidence. Strandings coincide with warm intrusions, with oxygen pits, with disease. Still, patterns tease patience. Some runs precede notable quakes on nearby trenches by weeks. Is it bias, a human habit of selecting memories that rhyme with fear? Or is there truly a messenger in muscle and bone? Hypotheses venture carefully. Deep fish feel pressure as constant scripture. If seafloor faults release tiny pulses of gas or low-frequency vibration, perhaps sensitive swimmers stray into layers they usually avoid, rising towards surfaces that kill them slowly. Internal waves can yank isotherms up and down hundreds of meters. A migrating oceanic front might lift a cohort into warmer, poorer water that confuses metabolism. Lights and noise from ships increase every year, adding a baseline of irritation that could tip the balance. Yet none of these sketches a clean line from tectonics to ribbon fish folded on beaches photographed by schoolchildren. Strandings of other oddities complicate the story. Deep squids, bizarre jellies, sunfish lost in river mouths, lancetfish gleaming like swords on city sand. Sometimes they cluster with oarfish, sometimes they do not. Journalists ask for certainty, biologists reply with sampling plans and years. Meanwhile, communities inherit a ritual. When a ribbon washes ashore, people lift their eyes toward mountains and check survival kits, then post pictures of stately heads and mirror scales. The ocean does not confirm their anxieties. The fault does what faults do on its own schedule. After quiet years, the next run reignites the question. Perhaps the link is not earthquake, but something subtler, a seasonal reorganization of deep food webs that happens to correlate with certain phases of offshore stress. Perhaps it is many small causes, braided into a strand sturdy enough to tug fish upward. Or perhaps our need for augury paints cause onto accident. Even skepticism cannot erase the unease of seeing a creature built for darkness adrift in noon's glare. The animal is real, the moment solemn. Boats nose close, gulls circle, someone pours water over gill slits. Though it will not help, children ask what it eats. A diver describes a glimpse at depth like a silver road sliding past. Afterward the tide takes the body, or the municipality does. Online, arguers settle into camps under predictable banners: omen, nonsense, ignorance, data. The fish do not care. If there is a message, it is that deep and shallow touch more often than we imagine, and that some meetings end poorly on beaches shaped by coincidence. So the watch continues, quietly. Mariners swap a particular story in murmurs. Water that ceases to hold a ship. It begins with a patch that looks ordinary. No whitecaps, no slick, and with a hull that suddenly feels heavy, as if its bones remembered stone. Bubbles feather the surface in threads. The bow sinks a finger deeper. Engines strain without reason. The idea is simple and unnerving. Gas rising from the seafloor reduces density enough to slash buoyancy, turning ocean into something that behaves more like wet air. Methane seeps pock many margins, hydrates lace slopes like frost, and geologists can point to pockmark fields where bubbles once marched in armies. Videos show curtains of spheres sprinting toward daylight, each soft pop a subtraction of lift. Divers in controlled tests have felt the tug. A cloud erodes footing, rocks drop faster than they should, instruments bob strangely. Yet the sea refuses to file such phenomena under neat hazard. Vast seeps burble for years without sinking so much as a gull's shadow. Small flares bloom and die in hours with personality that suggests mood. A captain who crosses a known field 20 times without incident may meet a 21st crossing, in which the patch acts like quicksand, and still the ship lives by inches, because a gust ruffles the surface and rescue returns. Engineers doubt the dramatic version. Modelers caution that a vessel of scale needs an impossible froth to truly founder. But scale is relative along coasts where smaller craft work. The skiffs, the longliners, the ferries whose freeboard is a conversation with luck. Fishermen tell of days when their wakes went ragged and pale, when propellers bit foam and whined, when nets hauled strangely light as if the sea had hollow bones. At night, bioluminescent sometimes sketches the plumes. Blue-green curtains climbing from black shimmering like ghost waterfalls, writing the geometry of an invisible leak. Instruments lowered into the glow report cold water 1 hour, warm the next, salinity wobbling, pH stinging. Chemistry is a fugitive here. Lightning thread microbes light up along the path, eating what leaks, exhaling other signatures, making the plume into a living paragraph. The mystery is not whether gas erupts, it is the caprice. Why this slope today, and not the twin beyond the canyon? Why a chorus one moon and silence the next? Why a field that looked like ridicule yesterday becomes confession by dawn? Climate raises another worry. Hydrate ice softens in warmth, stability fields migrate, slopes primed for slides become more conversational with gravity. Whether that translates to more episodes of watery thinness is a question that needs decades of listening where few ears exist. Meanwhile, sailors steer by practical superstition. They give known slicks a margin. Watch for fizzing water in calm, ease power if thrust turns to froth, and trust the sea's habit of returning to itself. If a hull trembles over bubbles and settles a handspan, memory records it as proof of oceanic mischief. A rare hour when water remembered it is not a single thing but a stack of masks, some of which do not care to carry. Where the crust breathes heat, into abyssal dark, chimneys rise like organ pipes, black smokers throwing mineral smoke, white smokers exhaling ghostly plumes, carbonate spires whistling alkalinity into night. The fact of life there is no longer the shock it was. What remains unsettling is how these cities appear, prosper, and die with a theatre's timing none can predict. A vent field sleeps under bland basalt for centuries, then wakes, writing warmth into water. Bacteria colonize in minutes, worms unfurl scarlet plumes, shrimps arrive with eyes tuned to faint glow. A year later the tallest pipe collapses in an avalanche of glittering sulfide snow. Elsewhere, a field like Lost City builds chalky cathedrals, not from magma heat, but from serpentinite's chemistry, exhaling hydrogen like a whisper. It runs on a different grammar, cooler, older, patient, and offers an origin of life thought experiment in working stone. The puzzle is logistics. Larvae the size of dust grains must find these oases blind across hundreds of kilometers of desert seafloor. Choose the right chemistry, and settle in time to meet neighbors. Genetic trails hint at highways in currents. We have not mapped finely enough. Drifters sketch loops and meanders, then betray us by moving differently the next season. Some newborn chimneys, sampled weeks apart, host entirely different casts. Were we too late the first time, or did some subtle puff rejigger the invitation list? Above the vents, instruments sometimes catch megaplumes, water columns kilometers tall, warm and metal-rich, rising like storms born inside Earth. They thumb their nose at continuity. A field slumbers, and yet a column towers. Another field roars, and yet no plume appears. After eruptions, microphones hear crackles and sighs, a planet exhaling through its teeth. Months later, silence that is not silence but a new baseline. Even in death, vents misbehave. Dead chimneys bleed quietly, rewriting local chemistry with slow leaks. Life lingers in pockets. Crustaceans loiter, as if expecting a curtain call. Mapmakers dutifully add smoke symbols to charts that will become nostalgia the moment the plumbing clogs. Remote vehicles return to coordinates with the joy of reunion, and find a rubble pile, or worse, a strange new architecture, obeying rules they did not come to test. Are vents predictable by fault maps and magma budgets, or are they improvisations compelled by whims of rock, water, and time? The answer keeps moving. Meanwhile, a different lesson rises from the stacks. Ecosystems can be both delicate and ferocious. Wipe a chimney clean with heat or landslide, and within days, life stitches itself back in stitch patterns that do not match the last quilt. The ocean appears to practice resilience here the way a choir practices scales, daily, inexhaustible, in a key the surface rarely hears. When the camera lights dim, a faint snow still falls, minerals and cells, and the chimneys glow faintly in thermal cameras like embers in a grand hearth. Whether something like us once began in such warmth or never could, is a question the vents hold without hurry. They have time, we have cruises. On shallow shelves, where sunlight pushes grass into prairies, divers have found circles that echo desert fairy rings, halos and donuts, etched into meadows of seagrass. Their interiors, rimmed by healthy green, thousands of perfect shapes, repeating beyond visibility. The pattern tempts simple stories: turtles grazing in rounds, storms carving discs, poisons pooling in hollows, but the causes multiply and contradict. In some bays, sulfide wells up from anoxic sediments, and kills grass from the center outward, leaving a ring where currents dilute toxins. In others, burrowing fauna aerate rims while predators hunt interiors, enforcing geometry with appetite. Certain circles move over seasons, migrating like slow wheels. Others remain pinned to rocks invisible under sand. Satellite images show polka dot banks that wax and wane across years, rearranging like constellations nobody named. Marine botanists map patch edges and discover sharp transitions. Oxygen shoots from leaves at noon. By night, respiration draws it down, and sulfide whispers upward, a diurnal heartbeat strong enough to decide tomorrow's shape. Add microtopography, and you have an instrument. Small ridges catch current, current feeds rim, rim shades center, center sulks. Then climate tilts the scale. Heat waves push grass toward collapse. Disease fleets through leaves. Herbivores multiply as predators thin, and a meadow shreds into punctuations. Or it heals, rings softening as shoots invade the gap, filling emptiness with patient runners, until the prairie reads continuous again, until the next stress reimposes polka dots with the authority of a stamp. Humans complicate the manuscript. Anchors tear scars that masquerade as circles. Mooring chains scythe ovals that some mistake for natural pattern. Nutrient plumes foster epiphytes that smother blades and redraw borders. Yet even in protected coves, the rings persist, stubborn signatures of feedbacks we half understand. At the scale of a fish, the circles are neighborhoods, rims rich with invertebrates, and ambush corners, interiors for sand lovers, edges for the agile. At the scale of a coastline, they are symptoms and sometimes warnings. Monitors fly drones, tally shade, and wrangle models that predict tipping points. The meadows respond in their own mathematics. On a quiet afternoon, a diver hovers above a perfect crown and watches thousands of bubbles stitch upward from leaves, each a syllable of the meadow's language. The ring below is both illness and strategy, a geometry written by gradients that care nothing for aesthetics. Yet it is beautiful in that disquieting way. The sea prefers order that hints at danger, pattern that refuses a single author. When storms arrive and sand migrates, some circles vanish inside drifts like secrets filed for later. Others emerge that were hidden last year. The meadow is a palimpsest, memory written over memory. Whether these rings foretell collapse, or merely mark breath along a living prairie, depends on which tide, which season, which decade you choose for truth. The camera surfaces, the diver names nothing, the pattern keeps writing, undeterred by vocabulary. Across springs, certain years conjure a blue army. The lullaby-the-wind sailors arrive in millions coin-sized rafts with translucent sails, each angled to capture a specific breeze. Portuguese men of war, their larger, nastier cousins, marshal too, blue balloons, with venom writing warnings in trailing script. Together, or separately, they litter coasts for weeks, then vanish for years, their campaigns as unpredictable as politics. Satellite wind maps, eddy fields, and seasonal cycles explain part of it. A particular run of westerlies, a gyre edge, relaxing, an upwelling tongue, offering food. Yet identical wind years sometimes deliver nothing, as if the army had ignored its orders. Each volula is both organism and colony, a raft built from jelly architecture that bud replicates another, a fleet building itself at sea without shipyards. Their sails are left or right-handed, one tack strands in Oregon, the other in Baja, a genetic coin toss that decides a coastline's spring decor. On water, they look like confetti celebrating wind. On sand, they rot into blue glassy husks that crackle underfoot and perfume coves, with a smell equal parts tide pool and almond. Beachgoers learn the hard lesson: beauty stings. Hospitals post notices, parents carry vinegar, dogs learn quickly or not at all. Offshore, predators gather at the parade, fish pick, turtles gulp, glaucous snails sail their own bubbles to hunt the sailors. Sea slugs rise like tiny dragons to eat tentacles and steal venom for themselves. An entire carnival spins up around a single kind of jelly weather, economy written in shades of cobalt. Why the scale varies so wildly, one decade's faint ribbon versus another's continental sash, remains unsatisfyingly plural. Reproductive pulses at the wrong right time, a winter storm that trimmed competitors, an eddy wall relaxing its guard, micro winds that models smooth away, invisible drifters that shepherd larvae until they mature enough to sail. The men of war add menace to the wonder. Their sails are bladders, their crews colonial specialists, their weapons coiled and hair fine. They can capsize in storms and still rehearse formation the next morning, balloons tilting in near unison, as if taking instruction. Some years they follow a coast like a marching band. Others they pepper blue water with single notes, pain arranged sparsely. When the wind veers, the army disperses. When tides decide, the dead paving peels back into water, and beaches resume their uncolored ordinary. Blue stains linger in rack lines for days, faint as after images. The ocean keeps the trick's recipe hidden. Meanwhile, maritime calendars grow their own folk holidays. First blue, last blue, the week of jellyfish wind. Those who work the shore adopt new gaits and glances. Those who study the bloom tally stings, count sails, calculate distances nobody asked to travel. The next year might be empty, or the next storm might spill an entire sea onto sand, and the Blue Army will become a lesson again, that the wind owns highways across water and life will pave them whenever the sign says go. Sound does not simply cross the ocean, it chooses routes. In the deep lies the SOFAR channel, a gentle trough in the speed of sound where pressure and temperature conspire to bend waves back toward a mid-depth highway. A cry or detonation launched here can travel for continents, curving around the planet, as if it preferred horizon to the straight line. Whales know this road. Engineers piggyback messages upon it. Cold War histories were written along its lanes. Yet even this well-studied corridor writes puzzles that localize like weather. Some nights, distant engines sing as if at anchor under the keel, while the ship's own props fall silent in the listener's ear. Voices from a beach ride the duct into bays that feel private, syllables preserved as if bottled. Elsewhere harbors fall into acoustic shadow, foghorns grow shy, bells lose range, a siren sound swallowed, not by mist but by geometry. Above the channel, layers stack thin thermoclines that scatter and smear, microfronts that reflect like mirrors, haloclines that turn a shout into handwriting. Hydrophone arrays meant to triangulate a submarine, sometimes walk echoes in circles. A click takes the long road while its twin skims a shallower arc, and the world line drawn on paper resembles guessing. The so-called deep sound channel itself wriggles with season and eddy. In some years it dives out of reach, in others it rises to greet a passing storm. As if to taunt certainty, there are silent patches, places and days where the expected chorus abridges itself for reasons instruments only half capture. Internal waves bending rays into braids that miss the receiver by meters, micro bubbles from breaking waves, adding a fog to water that clamps high frequencies shut. Biological dawn choruses, quieting for hours, as if some agenda, social or predator-driven, had requested hush. Submariners build doctrine on these moods, timing transits for nights when shrimp crackle drowns their wake, pausing in afternoons when the sea grows too clear for sound. Coastal communities inherit law. Don't count on the bell tonight. The wind stacked the air. Listen for the market in the next town. The inversion is kind. Instruments can predict broad strokes, but the baroque details of any hour resist tidy forecast. Then there are the false friends, surface ducks that mimic the deep lane, trapping noise near the top so it skates for miles and drops abruptly, confounding searchers who insist the target must be here because the sound is loud. It isn't, it's elsewhere, and the ocean, pleased with its own ventriloquism, refuses to explain. Somewhere in the dark, a beaked whale clicks well below our microphone's sensitivity and maps canyons with a private sonar. Somewhere else, a cliff coughs in a storm, and a village inland calls the police to ask which factory exploded. The sea mediates all this, not as a passive pool but as a lens maker, a hall architect, an editor that chooses which lines publish and which remain in draft. We listen, it curates, and in that curation lies a large part of the ocean's mystery, its power to make knowledge conditional on place, time and mood, like a library that changes shelves every night while the readers sleep. Compasses are supposed to be the ocean's politest tools. Quiet, faithful, always pointing somewhere useful. Yet mariners keep notebooks of places where needles misbehave, headings drift without reason, and instruments that agreed at breakfast sulk into disagreement by noon. Variation, the angle between magnetic north and true, is charted. Secular change is tracked. Storms in the sun's breath ring the planet with auroras and currents that can jostle a dial. Still there remain odd pockets. Magnetic holes, sailors call them. Stretches where heading lurches 10-20 degrees, and then rights itself with the theatrical timing of a prank. The South Atlantic anomaly makes satellites wince overhead, but on ships the mischief feels smaller and more personal. A course line that slides, a wake that disobeys, the helmsman's hands tightening on the wheel, though seas are kind. Theories anchor themselves to geology. Basalt dikes and iron-rich crust wrinkle the field locally. Buried masses from ancient eruptions warp lines of force. The core's slow churn writes vast wavering chapters that charts can only update, never command. Yet the hours that confound do not always correlate with maps or storms. In some years a favored channel becomes a theater of drift precisely at twilight, as if the planet's larger diurnal tide had decided to include magnetism in its repertoire. Instruments meant to tame doubt, flux gates, gyros, GNSS, cross-check and sometimes deepen the riddle. GPS declares a straight track while the bow insists it is hunting. The flux gate sings a stable note while the card compass wanders like memory. Birds and whales complicate the feeling by appearing to lose poise on the same evenings. Flocks circling, pods hesitating, at headlands they usually pass. Is that confirmation bias or shared physiology brushing the same invisible river? Scientists can name magnetactic crystals in tissues, tiny compasses forged by life. They can plot magnetic anomalies across seafloors like weather maps painted in iron. They can model geomagnetic jerks, abrupt changes in the field's slope that ripple globally. Prediction remains foggy up close. The ocean overlays everything with motion. Iron cargoes, lightning at sea, rails and hulls magnetized by decades, sparking coronas that hiss and lick, each adding a stitch to the local tapestry. Meanwhile, law persists because it helps give that headland a wider berth on westerlies. Don't trust the card after squalls. If dolphins dither, check the gyro. On rare nights, compasses in the same wheelhouse disagree with a stubbornness that feels like personality, needles arguing across glass while stars stand indifferent. Then dawn irons the quarrel flat, and the ship resumes her sentence as if the comma had always belonged. Later, ashore, the mate draws two lines on a chart, the intended course and the lived one, and the slender lens between them looks like a wound or a whisper depending on mood. We know the field is a living thing, pulsing from a core we will never touch, braided by rock and air, We know our instruments are better than our ancestors and still mortal. What remains even in a century of satellites is an old sea lesson. Steer with numbers, yes, but feel with skin. A hand on the wheel sometimes senses a river in the sky that paper has not yet learned to draw. Some mornings the sea turns to milk without cloud or storm, turquoise brightening toward opal, a chalky bloom that swallows shadows and makes anchors vanish a meter below, as if the ocean had been erased and redrawn in pastel. Locals call them whiting events, painters' seas, ghost water. From shore, the colour looks festive. In a skiff it feels unsettling, the bottom both nearer and farther than it should be, light scattering off infinitesimal crystals that hang like snow in suspension. Calcium carbonate is the usual suspect, either precipitated en masse when conditions cross an invisible threshold of temperature, alkalinity, and pH, or conjured by armadas of tiny organisms whose metabolic exhalations push the soup past saturation, so it snows within itself. Yet whiting refuses to keep simple company with variables. Bays that match numbers on paper stay blue while neighbours' two coves along ignite into chalk. Lakes host their own episodes. Shallow banks go ghost while deeper water stays honest. Sometimes the pattern traces a submerged channel like a revelation drawn in light. Scientists collect bottles and measure benthic shear, microturbulence, resuspension. Did wind lift ancient mud and shells into the column to masquerade as fresh crystals? Cores suggest yes. Sometimes plankton counts suggest yes. Sometimes, but neither wins often enough to be crowned. Internal waves arrive from nowhere, lean a thermocline against a slope, and suddenly bright veils spread across a bank as if a hand had sifted flour through water. Elsewhere, a nocturnal algal party exhales in unison at dawn and tips chemistry into snowfall. In karstic coasts, submarine springs burp hard water into bays, invisibly priming the recipe until sun and tide shout, now. And then there is choreography at scales too small for ships to honor. Microbial mats on sand ripen and slow. Coccolithophores shed armored plates like confetti. Crystals nucleate on exudates from organisms busy with errands indifferent to skippers. From the deck outcomes feel capricious. Dolphin backs cut white seas like knives through cream. Propeller wash becomes opaque thunder. Divers descend into fog that glitters in shafts of sun like cathedral dust. Pilots misjudge depth and correct with embarrassed throttle. Photographers find that horizons intensify as if the world had increased its contrast. Hours later the milk thins to mint, then to honest blue, the crystals dissolved or settled, the parade over without confetti on the street. In archives satellites record whiting as chalk signatures, and models try to learn their grammar. Why here this week and not last? Why this estuary today, and not its twin? The answer's likely braid. Biology composes, physics conducts, geology supplies instruments, and climate modulates the key. To those who live with it, whiting becomes a seasonal personality trait, as predictable as a cousin's laugh, and as variable as their jokes. To a first-time witness, it is pure sorcery, the sea wearing a mask that makes familiar coasts uncanny, and turns navigation into an argument with the way light decides to behave. The mask lifts, the feeling stays, the mind has seen the ocean choose a new color without asking permission. Off a certain desert coast, the sea sometimes exhales its graveyards. Dawn finds the water the color of old bruises, olive, tar, gunmetal, smelling of matches, and rotten eggs. Fish float by the thousands. Crabs clamber for air along pilings. Seabirds hesitate to land. Locals know the name before scientists do. Black water. It arrives when deep, anoxic layers rise to the surface and carry with them hydrogen sulfide, methane, and dead zones that have forgotten how to breathe. Upwelling is ordinary here, the cold engine that feeds one of the planet's richest fisheries. The black version is its nightmare twin, a system that burps poison instead of nutrients. Triggers are mapped in theories, not certainties. Winds slacken after weeks of steady push. An anticyclone parks offshore. Internal tides pile dense water against the shelf like dark dough. A seafloor scab tears and releases gas. Bacteria, having feasted quietly below, send their chemistry upstairs with theatrical flair. Each mechanism appears in records. None alone explains the timing that coastal lives must negotiate. The eerie part is the choreography. First come bubbles in sand at 10 meters, a meadow of purling that points seaward, then patchwork discoloration, green to grey, then sheets of black sliding landward, like oil that refuses the rules of oil. Nets hauled ahead of the front come up stunned and stinking. Nets set behind rot ropes and burn lungs. On shore the air bites metal and throats. Paint bleaches, windows keep the odor out, and in simultaneously. Satellite eyes see a stain, yet its edges move faster than models allow. Tongues of dark licking into inlets that yesterday were turquoise. By afternoon, a wind shift can herd death along a cliff, and spare a cove for reasons no one can name. By evening the spared cove succumbs while the cliff breathes again. When the front passes, eerie silver returns, water slick as oiled steel, then normal blue as oxygen takes back the stage, and waves pretend nothing happened. But the beach tells it all, piles of fish with gill arches, the color of rust, limpets in rings high on rocks where they tried to climb out of sea, octopus in a tangle like fallen umbrellas, kelp fronds bleached to parchment. Crews wash decks in vinegar and keep quiet. Markets curse calendars and set out salted goods. Biologists collect vials and mutter about thresholds that instruments missed. Could climate be lifting the odds, wrapping more warm lids over more rich soups until suffocation becomes likely? Could decades of trawling and shifting food webs have retuned the bay, so that one gentle nudge now topples the arrangement? The honest answer is that the ocean runs this theatre, and we are very recent ushers. 10 black waters may pass before the pattern steps forward enough to bow. In the meantime, communities learn pragmatism, wind readings become scripture, the look of offshore light at sunset is a sermon. When the smell pricks the back of the nose, children are called inside, and boats race for outer water, where poison thins. Weeks later, life resumes its scramble, as it does, and the memory of a sea that forgot to breathe lingers like a caution in the throat. Sometimes the ocean carries fire in its breath. Mariners drifting in equatorial stillness have written of nights when the horizon glowed faintly, as if lightning pulsed within the sea itself, and a sulphurous tang rode the air. Only later did researchers learn of shallow seamount eruptions, volcanoes that rise almost to the surface before coughing ash, pumice, and fire into waves. The eruptions do not always announce themselves with thunder. Some whisper, producing floating rafts of pumice that travel for months, colonized by barnacles and crabs, before beaching on shores thousands of kilometers away. Yet even now, mystery clings to their timing and power. Why some seamounts wake violently, while neighbors of similar size remain quiet, is still debated. Satellite eyes catch discolored swirls, teal, umber, ochre, that stain the sea for weeks, but many vents erupt unseen in the blind reaches of ocean. Fishermen sometimes describe seas that boil without flame, a line of foam spreading from horizon to horizon. In a few terrifying cases, ships have sailed across slicks so thick with pumice they could barely move forward, hulls smothered as if trapped in liquid stone. Hydrophones hear rumblings that mimic quakes, but only later do expeditions confirm new islands or vanished reefs. Life, meanwhile, arrives almost immediately. Microbes colonize rock within days. Corals find footing on brand new continents. Fish schools gather in the altered chemistry. The paradox unsettles scientists. The same eruption that suffocates nearby waters with ash also creates new habitats. To witness such an event is to watch creation and destruction fused, the sea inventing land by accident, then erasing it again within a season. Mariners who return to old maps sometimes find reefs where water once stood, and deep water where shoals had been. In the language of ocean, permanence is always a provisional word. Legends speak of waters that shine like quicksilver under moonless skies, and sailors' logs confirm them, the great milky seas. Vast stretches of ocean, sometimes larger than countries, glow with steady white light, visible from decks, from space, even from passing aircraft. The cause seems to be bioluminescent bacteria, swarming in surface films. Yet the questions multiply when scale is considered. How do microscopic organisms coordinate across tens of thousands of square kilometers? Why does the light burn steady, unlike the flicker of stirred plankton? Expeditions have captured samples glowing faintly in jars, but none has yet explained the planetary geometry, the abrupt onset, or the sudden endings. Mariners caught in these seas describe nights where the boundary between sky and water disappears, the world reduced to a glowing void, the wake of the ship invisible because everything shines equally. Some felt exhilaration, others dread. Satellites in recent years have confirmed the phenomenon with modern sensors, yet many details remain unresolved. Is there a quorum signal passed chemically, an ocean-scale conversation in bacterial language? Do currents concentrate nutrients just enough to tip the switch? And why do some regions of the Indian Ocean host such displays repeatedly, while other rich seas never record them? Scientists admit with humility that these ghostly oceans remain as mysterious now as in centuries past. For crews adrift in glowing infinity, the experience is unforgettable, a reminder that the sea holds the power to reimagine even darkness as a canvas for light. On certain days, the surface of the sea fills with lines so straight they resemble highways drawn by unseen architects. These alignments of foam, weed, and debris are called luminous streaks, the signature of counter-rotating rolls in the upper ocean. The physics is well known in classrooms. Wind skims the surface, friction induces rotation, objects collect along converging lanes. But the field reports defy neat diagrams. Some streets run for miles beyond what models allow, splitting harbours into lanes wide enough to steer by. Others appear under calm winds, stubbornly aligned against the breeze, and vanish within minutes, as if choreographed. Fishermen say the fish themselves understand them, gathering under slicks, as if following hidden fences. Satellites catch these lines, but cannot always predict their birth. The mystery lies not in whether the rolls exist, but in why the ocean sometimes writes its signature so dramatically, drawing perfect roads that confuse navigation and then erasing them without warning. Storms can stir the seabed itself into revolt, turbidity currents, underwater avalanches of mud and sand, race downslope at speeds that rival rivers, reshaping canyons in hours. Cables laid for communication have been snapped by these hidden torrents, sometimes hundreds of kilometers apart, all in the same night. Scientists can trace scars afterward, measure the deposits left behind, but prediction eludes them. Why one slope collapses under modest swell, while another survives a cyclone is not clear. Sometimes the trigger is a small quake, sometimes a slide of gas-charged mud, sometimes nothing obvious at all. What begins as a whisper of silt can become a roaring flow, thick enough to carry boulders and whole forests into the deep. For sailors above, there may be no sign. For creatures below, it is apocalypse. These currents write chapters of geology too fast for instruments, proving that even the solid seabed is only a temporary arrangement, always waiting to run. Occasionally, the sea itself seems to breathe in patterns that defy meteorology. Tsunamis, harbour surges caused not by earthquakes, but by sudden pressure changes, have flooded towns under clear skies. A line of storm cells, or even a fast-moving squall, can strike resonance with a bay, pushing water into oscillations that mimic seismic tsunamis in form and power. Harbours have been emptied and refilled in minutes. Marinas torn apart while nearby coasts remain calm. What makes one bay vulnerable and another resistant remains imperfectly understood. Bathymetry, atmospheric speed, and storm angle all matter, but the exact tuning often reveals itself only after disaster. Witnesses describe the horror of seeing tranquil blue water suddenly withdraw, leaving boats stranded in mud, then return as a wall that smashes pilings like toys. In some cases, the waves pulse for hours, each surge weaker but still dangerous, echoing like a struck bell. These events remind us that the ocean listens to the sky with exquisite sensitivity, and that not all great waves come from faults deep in the earth. Some are born from whispers of air, translated into violence by water's patient mathematics. There are nights when the sea does not simply reflect the sky, it becomes the sky. Sailors adrift in the tropics have described seas that shimmer with ghost constellations, stars mirrored so precisely that the boundary between air and water disappears. This phenomenon, sometimes called sea stars or phosphorescent heavens, emerges when bioluminescent plankton ignite in synchronicity with the firmament above. Every ripple glows, every wake scribbles fire, and the whole surface turns to glass, spangled with galaxies. The effect goes beyond beauty. It is disorienting. Navigators lose horizon. Helmsmen swear their ships are flying. The scientific framework blames dense concentrations of dinoflagellates, agitated into continuous glow by microcurrents. Yet not all dense blooms shine like this, and those that do seem to select special nights. Still air, particular humidity, sometimes even the breath of storms distant enough to change pressure, but not waves. The glow pulses in sympathy with swell, as though sky and sea shared a rhythm larger than either alone. Explanations thin when sailors insist the stars beneath mirrored those above exactly, moving in tandem. Some argue it is coincidence, the mind aligning patterns. Others suggest subtle refractions make the illusion so convincing it feels coordinated. The reports repeat across centuries, from Polynesian outrigger logs to modern yacht journals, always with the same awe, the same hesitation to describe lest words feel inadequate. To stand on a deck during one of these nights is to feel the world doubled, heaven both above and below, and yourself suspended in the middle, weightless, utterly small. The open ocean occasionally coughs up giants that look like nothing known on land. Sailors speak of gelatinous sheets, pale as parchment, acres wide, rolling just under the surface. Some believe them to be colonies of salps, others monstrous aggregations of siphonophores, creatures already known to weave chains longer than blue whales. But even trained biologists struggle when confronted with translucent blankets, stretching farther than their lights can travel. In the 19th century, such sightings were dismissed as delirium or exaggeration. Now, with deep-sea ROVs, we know siphonophores can indeed exceed 50 meters, fragile superorganisms, composed of specialized individuals, acting as one. Yet the mysteries remain. Why do some bloom to grotesque proportions, then vanish without trace? Why are carcasses never found, their bodies seemingly dissolving into water, as if memory alone was their substance? Even in modern times, submersible pilots have returned shaken by the sight of colossal ribbons drifting upright like curtains, their bells glowing faintly, their threads catching light as if woven from glass. The creatures move without obvious effort, pulsing in ghostly coordination. Scientific papers cautiously label them extreme aggregations, but those who see them know such words do not convey the alien enormity. To drift alongside such an apparition is to meet life in a form that mocks individuality, that insists a body can be an entire city, and that the ocean has been experimenting with architecture beyond our imagination since long before we looked beneath the waves. There are seas that boil without heat. Fishermen off the coast of Japan have described patches of water erupting in fizz, as though carbonated, bubbling with an energy that feels alive. Some bubbles rise from volcanic vents, but others occur far from tectonic seams, where no magma explains them. Methane seeps and hydrate releases can form such spectacles, yet not all align with geological maps. Entire schools of fish sometimes flee such patches, leaping into nets to escape the invisible fizz, suggesting toxins in the bubbles, perhaps hydrogen sulfide, but not always. Divers have reported harmless curtains of bubbles rising in perfect columns, scattering sunlight into glittering shafts. Why some patches suffocate, while others entertain, remains poorly understood. On sonar, bubble curtains confuse instruments, creating false seabeds and ghost schools. For centuries, bubbles in open water terrified mariners because they feared buoyancy loss, ships sinking without storm. Modern physics assures that only immense releases could imperil large vessels, yet the fear persists. The real enigma lies in the timing. Seeps that slumber for decades, sometimes erupt for days, then silence themselves again. Sensors return to record nothing but ordinary current. The fizz is a secret tide, one that rises and falls according to schedules the sea has not yet shared. The ocean has its own mirages, not of land or sky, but of sound. Along the edges of polar pack, hunters once heard whale blows echo for miles, in directions where no animal could be. Hydrophones confirm the trick. Reflections from ice undersides and cold layers bend sound into looping journeys, arriving like ventriloquism. Some recordings suggest the same call repeating in different keys, echoes stretched into chords. The eerie part is that predators, too, may be deceived. Orcas strike at phantom calls, seals dive where they should not. Our sonar systems sometimes chase ghosts, created by the same conditions, shadows that look like submarines and vanish when approached. The physics is real, sound trapped and refracted in ducks, but the artistry belongs to the ice. It sculpts corridors that rewrite distance, carrying syllables further and longer than seems possible. For humans listening in frozen silence, the result is a landscape where echoes masquerade as presences, and the real whale may be continents away. The deep trenches host pressures so immense, they should crush life, yet life thrives there in forms that still astonish. Amphipods, translucent and delicate, have been pulled from depths where bones would dissolve. Microbes metabolize in conditions hotter and more acidic than chemistry thought survivable. What puzzles researchers is not merely that life exists there, but how it flourishes in such variety. Experiments show enzymes adapted to function in crushing pressures, membranes stiffened to resist implosion. But evolution does not answer the mystery of dispersal. How do such fragile organisms colonize new trenches separated by thousands of kilometers of inhospitable abyss? Genetic studies hint at connections invisible to us, larval highways perhaps, or deep currents slipping through channels unknown. Each discovery multiplies questions. For instance, some amphipods carry traces of pollutants, PCBs and microplastics, delivered to depths supposedly untouchable by human reach. Life there is both ancient and newly wounded. For explorers the paradox is humbling. The deepest places on Earth, still largely unexplored, are at once pristine laboratories of survival and repositories of our debris. To study them is to face a mirror that shows both endurance and intrusion, and to realize that the ocean, even in its farthest chambers, refuses to be conquered or fully mapped. There are reports of tides that move not by lunar pull, but by moods. The moon cannot explain. On certain coasts, water rises or falls by several feet, at hours when no tide is scheduled, sometimes within minutes, sometimes stretched over half a day. Locals speak of ghost tides or false tides, their cause is slippery even now. In some places, sauches, standing waves, oscillating in bays, mimic tides so convincingly that docks lean and fish traps dry at hours when calendars insist they should not. Elsewhere, rapid changes in atmospheric pressure sweep coasts and tilt the sea subtly, but noticeably, like a breath pressed on a bowl. Yet neither accounts for the abruptness and scale, often reported. Fishermen swear to having watched nets strain dry, only to sink back minutes later, with no earthquake, no storm, no lunar logic. In polar regions, tides sometimes arrive out of step, slowed by ice cover, creating deceptive rhythms that baffle both humans and animals. The mystery is not that water responds to multiple influences, but that it sometimes choreographs them into movements that refuse prediction. Instruments record the anomaly, then it vanishes, leaving data too sparse to build equations. To live on such coasts is to accept that the calendar is a suggestion, not a promise, that the sea may choose its own hour for rising. The green flash is whispered about like a secret sunset blessing. Watchers on clear horizons sometimes glimpse a sudden emerald spark as the sun dips or rises, a fleeting jewel that lasts seconds or less. Science explains refraction, layers of atmosphere bend light, separating colors, and for an instant the green stands alone before night claims the sky. Yet those who chase it, know the explanation does not exhaust the experience. Why the green is so startlingly pure, why it sometimes lingers longer than physics predicts, why some observers describe shapes, rays, spears, domes, remains debated. Certain coasts seem to host more flashes, even when atmospheric conditions appear equal. Mariners recorded them long before modern optics, calling them omens of luck or death depending on tradition. Photographers now attempt to catch the elusive jewel, yet even in the age of digital proof, many who see it swear the camera fails to capture its brilliance. Perhaps it is not only refraction but the human eye pushed briefly beyond ordinary limits, a biological resonance with light at the edge of day. Whatever the mechanism, those who have seen the flash describe it as unforgettable, a wink from the horizon, a secret between the watcher and the world, proof that the sea and sky share tricks that cannot be scheduled. Fishermen in the tropics sometimes tell of the silver rain, fish falling from skies into fields and courtyards, flapping on rooftops and streets far from shore. Modern meteorology assigns water spouts as culprits, lifting small schooling fish and dropping them inland. Yet the strangeness persists in the details. Reports of fish falling all of the same species and size, as though sieved, fish still alive, leaping in puddles, falls occurring on days with no storms visible nearby. Scientists argue for sudden gust fronts or microbursts, localized lifts strong enough to scatter small animals into clouds, but the timing often refuses tidy charts. Witnesses in Central America speak of such rains happening at the same month each year, villages even holding festivals to celebrate them, though no clear meteorological cycle aligns. It may be chance dressed as ritual, or a phenomenon yet to be fully mapped. The sight itself is surreal. Streets littered with wriggling life, neighbors gathering buckets, children laughing as they collect dinner from the heavens. Explanations may exist, but the impression remains of a sea that sometimes forgets its boundaries, sending its creatures skyward only to drop them in places they do not belong. On some nights, the shoreline sings, beaches of particular sands, fine quartz, perfect in roundness, emit squeaks or hums, when walked upon, as though the grains themselves were tiny instruments. These singing sands are documented on coasts from Japan to Scotland, but the causes still resist final explanation. Friction between grains of specific size and coating seems necessary, but not sufficient. Moisture and compaction matter, yet two neighboring beaches with nearly identical conditions may behave differently. The sound itself varies, some whisper like violins, others bark like drums. In deserts, dunes can boom thunderous notes when avalanches cascade, a phenomenon perhaps related, but not identical. Mariners in earlier centuries described such beaches as haunted, claiming they could hear the coast warning of storms or morning shipwrecks. Modern travelers still pause, amused and uneasy, when each step answers them with music. Sand that sings is not rare, but its stubborn refusal to be fully predictable keeps it mysterious. It is a reminder that even the smallest particle in the ocean's vast system holds secrets, voices too fine for equations to fully catch. Fog is an old companion of sailors, but there are fogs that seem more alive than weather. Sea smoke rises in polar dawns, ghostly columns twisting above dark water like spirits. Mariners speak of its silence, how sound dies within it, footsteps muffled, bells muted. Science explains, frigid air meeting warmer sea condenses vapor instantly. Yet witnesses insist there is more, a sense of presence, of movement that feels watchful. In some cases, fog banks advance like walls, pushing air before them with uncanny order, rolling straight lines across coasts, as if commanded. Instruments record temperature inversions, yet not why some fogs march in formation, while others dissipate into tatters. Pilots navigating forwards describe sudden pockets so dense, they seem solid, wings leaving trails as though slicing cloth. And in histories, such fogs were feared as omens, hiding reefs until too late, cloaking fleets in eerie advantage. To this day, certain capes earn reputations for fogs that do not behave, fogs that gather without reason and leave without warning, fogs that seem less like weather and more like moods of the ocean itself. Stories collect where weather, current, and traffic braid into one restless fabric, and few places knot those threads tighter than the triangle sailor's sketch between Miami, San Juan, and Bermuda. Charts do not mark it. Waves do not change color at its edges. Yet the region wears a reputation built on missing hulls, curt radio calls, compass sulks, and skies that manufacture trouble faster than a barometer can confess. He stands at a plotting table and watches the Gulf Stream run like a conveyor belt, 5 knots of liquid road sliding north. The captain notes that a squall line here can outrun a small aircraft, and that a fast boat drifting powerless can be shunted tens of miles before the first search grid is drawn. The air above is a factory for microbursts, knives of wind dropped from high cloud with little warning, and for lines of thunderstorms that build like walls from horizon to horizon. Inversions hatch mirages that lift ships and hide shoals. Radios skip in ducted layers. Lightning sketches webs on nights already crowded by rain. None of this is peculiar to one box on a map. Yet logs from this stretch read like a chorus. The same phrases, decades apart. Ordinary mornings crossing into afternoons where bearings refuse to settle, and the ocean edits plans with hard, neat strokes. A small plane lifts into blue and finds itself ahead of a curtain. A voice reports disorientation, instruments disagreeing, then silence. An older cutter departs through a channel that yesterday was forgiving. A squall arrives sideways. A deckhand feels the wind shift by degrees that do not fit the compass rose. Devices meant to eliminate doubt sometimes amplify it. Fluxgate, card, and gyro read different stories during electrical weather. GNSS reports a perfect straight line, while the bow falls into a crab that eyes insist is adrift. The Gulf Stream itself contributes mischief by shoving wrecks through search boxes before anyone knows to look, erasing flotsam with a fast tide that runs like intention. The sea does not scheme, but it sometimes imitates scheming. Others point to geology. Hydrate fields are mapped on continental margins. Bubbles do burble from pockmarks. Calculations show that only extraordinary gas fluxes could steal buoyancy from a large ship, but smaller craft, the ones that haunt local news, would have fewer inches to spare. Sensors aboard research vessels have smelled sulfur on days attached to no storm. Pilots talk about bright days that darken without a bruise of cloud, vision changing character, as if an invisible lens were lowered over the world. Electronics sulk in high humidity, and corrosion writes a faint second language inside switches no one has tested that week. None of these is a ghost. All are patient contributors to error. What remains is the record's personality. Weather patterns converge here because the Atlantic's great conveyor meets continental heat. Air routes and sea lanes cross because cities do. The ratio of stories to miles sailed is higher because more stories are told. Still, his thumb lingers on a string of disappearances that left little trace. Distress calls cut short. Hulls never found. Flotsam too neat for the violence implied. Anecdote stacks like clouds. Crew who felt watched. Compasses that turned without permission. Squalls with white hearts and no thunder. A sane narrative emerges and refuses to close. Many causes, not one. Conditions that favor trouble layered with human haste. He reads a weather memo. Outflow boundary, gusts to 60 microbursts likely. Microbursts are polite on paper and feral in life. A downward punch of air hits the sea and spreads in a ring of high wind. A small craft under such a slap can heal, flood, and vanish in minutes. The same ring sweeping across warm water lifts spray that looks like smoke and erases horizon cues so thoroughly that a pilot mistakes level. A thunderstorm rearranges the sky into corridors for stray radio and odd echoes. A radar returns ships in triplicate or not at all. Meanwhile, the stream lifts warm water into weather's hands, prime fuel under every cloud tower. Skeptics insist the triangle is a map drawn around coincidences. They are not wrong, but the crew that works these latitudes does not fish for romance. They respect local habits. How wind wraps islands, how squalls stand in the lee of banks, how the stream's edge breeds lines of roughness invisible to satellites still blinded by cloud. A patrol sets out anyway on a day with a grey margin on the horizon, and watches it climb into architecture. An hour later, The pilot climbs above the top of the line and sees sunlight on an ocean that looks like a brushed metal sheet, treacherously harmless. There is no border to be crossed, only a field of probabilities that can sharpen suddenly into fate. At night, the triangle sheds its fame and is only water and stars, and then the stars go and a sullen overcast hangs lower than instruments prefer. He glances at the compass and sees it hesitate a half-degree and correct. The helmsman pretends not to mind. Dolphins appear with blue fire scribbling along their flanks, writing cursive across honest wind waves, and for a while the watch remembers that spectacle and hazard are neighbors here, as everywhere at sea. Later they'll hear about another boat overdue and learn that its engine quit where current runs fastest, and by the time a search box was drawn, the boat had ridden the conveyor off to a different conversation. Was that mystery or math done under stress? Science keeps its posture. There is no single dragon here, only a crowded stage. Yet the logbook of human perception matters too. The way fog edits courage, the way a compass's stutter sounds like a verdict, the way a corridor of rain invites a wrong turn. He closes the book and looks out at a horizon that behaves, the water textured by ordinary wind, and remembers how many folk tales began on days like this, calm, efficient, promising. The triangle's power may be less about monsters and more about density of storms, ships, planes, currents and narratives. A place where the ocean's general strangeness is reinforced by statistics and memory, each feeding the other until a region acquires a mood. By dawn, a squall line out west has arranged its anvils into marching order. Radios crackle, buoys gossip, the stream goes on, indifferent. He thinks of the stories that will be told in town and the emails sent to families and the brief lines in papers that leave gaps the mind fills with folklore. The truth is mundane and terrible, that 100 small factors can align once in a decade and take a boat without malice, and that another night, those factors will fail to align, and a similar boat will pass through the same latitude laughing. The sea allows both and explains neither. If there is a mystery left after all the physics, it is simply this: how insistently people return to draw lines on featureless water, and tell each other that within those lines the rules change. The ocean indulges them by sometimes making the same mistakes feel like fate. When a basin runs a fever, the map turns unreliable. He watches the satellite frames in the operations room. A smear of warm anomalies swells across an ordinary blue. A patch the size of countries appearing, where spring winds should have raked heat out of the skin. Marine heat waves do not arrive with sirens. They develop quietly under stubborn ridges of high pressure, under lulls that halt up welling, under atmospheric patterns that lock like gears, and refuse to let weather do its cooling work. The sea's surface warms, then the layer below, and suddenly the structure that keeps nutrients near light is inverted. Fish take wrong roads. Plankton communities flip into crews that build little, corals pant. On shore, people still wear jackets. Offshore, a forest changes its leaves. He reads the fisheries notes. Species that prefer chill tongues of water slide poleward. Others dive and become invisible to nets set at last year's depths. Whales following food that has wandered, thread shipping lanes they usually avoid, and tangle where they usually do not. Seabirds miss the buffet and arrive emaciated on beaches, their patterns of patrol no longer matching the shape of life below. The heat wave is not only temperature, it is an edit to the book of habits. Divers report thermoclines collapsed into mush. Oxygen meters register thinness. Where once there was breath, the water is not a murderer, it is a host who forgot to stock the pantry. Scientists coin names because names help the mind hold shape. The blob, the hot pool, the warm anomaly. Names also seduce, suggesting a singular thing when mechanisms are multitudes. Highs that park for months starve coasts of wind. Rivers run paler and warmer. Dust changes what seeds the ocean's garden. Currents veer, climate modes. El Niño, the Indian Ocean dipole, the Pacific decadal oscillation, stack like cards. Some stacks build heat that persists season after season, as though the ocean had learned a new habit, and meant to keep it. Then a storm breaks the spell in a week. Why one year's ridge refuses to move, and another's slides aside remains a quarrel of models and hindsight. His pen drifts across a list of unexpected consequences. Jellyfish bloom into domination not out of malice, but out of fit. They love warmth and slack predators. Harmful algal blooms ride the wave, writing their own palette of reds and browns on coastlines, unaccustomed to such paint. Kelp forests sway with less conviction. In worst cases they convert to urchin barrens, the architecture of a world erased as grazers multiply and hold. Coral, the ocean's calculative mason, runs its own last-ditch defense, expelling symbionts that once fed it, turning fields bone-white under moons too bright for the season. Some reefs recover on a clock that feels generous, others calcify into quiet ruins, fish leaving as if embarrassed. There is a cruel theatre in the delay between cause and effect. A ridge seasons the surface for weeks, then a heat wave announces itself suddenly to human senses. Warm nights on deck, mackerel in the wrong drawer, flying fish where no one remembers seeing them. The argument on shore becomes immediate and political. Is this climate's handwriting or weather's accident? The honest answer is yes, a background now tilted, with single events still carrying their own personality. He thinks of the old maps with arrows showing pilgrimage routes for species and knows those arrows are wrong this summer. A child catches tropical fish in a temperate tide pool and sets a record by accident. The ocean, for its part, keeps calculation. Heat stored in a layer mixes downward and alters winters yet to come. The atmosphere bounces off a basin whose memory is now different. Weather far ashore feels a hand it cannot name on the small of its back. There is an unsettling intelligence in the way energy moves through these systems, not conscious, but as if the world were solving for something he cannot see. The heat wave here empties a seabird rookery there. A winter storm a year later runs a different path because summer water was wrong. Every map has to be annotated with maybe. What science cannot yet predict precisely is onset and end. The large modes are charted, the probabilities are drawn, the specifics of which week begin, and which bays suffer still surprise working people. They become the sensitive instruments. A captain who has fished 40 years feels a week coming by taste and smell, salt different on lip, wind that has lost its teeth. A diver rises and says the thermocline is gone, and the cave feels like soup. A scientist with a perfect model is still 3 reports behind them both. That humility is useful. He writes in the margin, trust the eyes that get wet first. The longest heat waves teach odd lessons about resilience and identity. Some species shift and return with unbothered grace. Others make new homes and do not come back. Some lose thresholds forever. There are reefs that remember, and there are reefs that forget, and the line between is drawn invisibly in degrees and days. Humans who prefer tidy borders and dates on calendars discover that the ocean keeps a looser clock, one that includes years and decades inside what we call a season. The fever breaks, water cools, kelp sends new fronds, a pelican finds anchovy again, and writes a line of silk over dawn. In that relief the last mystery still hums, why this patch, why that persistence, why the sudden merciful end? He walks to the rail one night when the anomaly is still a smear across the basin. She is glossy, almost glamorous, gnats of light in the wake from plankton that shouldn't be here. Far away, heat rises invisibly like a veil. He knows the numbers by heart and knows they are insufficient. The ocean is writing a new grammar, and science is catching up sentence by sentence. Tomorrow the satellite will write another orange bruise on the map. The day after, maybe a storm will slap sense back into the skin. The creatures below will accept both with the pragmatism of hunger. He thinks of how often in other chapters of this story, warmth has come and gone, rearranging who lives where, and understands that the mystery is not just why heat waves form, but how we will live with a sea whose moods now carry more of them. At certain latitudes there is a night when the sea flowers with intention. He drifts over a reef in breathless dark as the tide eases, and the moon takes its place at the right corner of the sky. The first sign is a faint confetti rising from coral heads, a slow snowfall in reverse. White, pink, amber, sesame grains small and oil-sheened, millions of eggs and bundles released together, as if cued by a conductor who never shows his face. Minutes later the water thickens. Within an hour, fields of coral that behaved like stone yesterday behave like orchards in bloom. Fish that usually feed now patrol with surprising politeness. Polyps retract and leave their offerings to the buoyant road. Slicks on the surface collect into ribbons that sailors ashore might mistake for pollution, and that, under a lamp, gleam like candy. It is the most coordinated reproductive event he has ever witnessed. And that is the oldest riddle, how this synchrony holds over kilometers of reef with second-hand precision. Scientists recite the cues: lunar phase, water temperature, day length, the hour after sunset when the evening's cooling crosses a particular gradient. But none of these alone determines the minute, and every reef tells a slightly different story. Some spawn 2 nights after the full moon, others 7. Some shift months after a cyclone, some skip a year altogether, as if a quorum failed privately. Chemistry may be calling and answering in the dark, corals sniffing neighbors' molecules and agreeing to speak together so predators cannot learn a schedule easy to exploit. What molecules, what thresholds, what blend of tides and clocks finally whispers, now nobody has bottled without contradiction. He watches parrotfish sleep in mucus cocoons, their walls trembling as the water around turns to soup. A barracuda prowls with aristocratic patience. Collip, a brittle star, reaches from the crypt and steals a packet. In an hour the slick at the surface thickens into long snakes that the current herds toward channels, and by dawn, if wind has been kind, some will gather into rafts carried far off, nursery ships for larvae that will spend days or weeks in the pelagic school before recognizing home by taste and sound. The reef has thrown dice and will spend a year learning where they landed. On maps this looks clinical, colored squares and arrows showing gene flow, connectivity networks, sources and sinks. In water it is a fragrant delirium. The eggs smell faintly of cinnamon and salt. The slick tastes like a riceless pudding. The entire lagoon becomes a holiday, no calendar names. People ashore complain in the morning that the harbor stank and the water looked ruined. Scientists running nets smile and answer that they have never seen it so alive. Both are right. The reef is a city drunk at a parade. It planned for months in silence. By noon birds have followed scent lines and draw punctuation marks on sky over the bands. The mystery deepens when a year refuses the party. Temperatures rise but a whisper in the tide says no. The moon keeps the same appointment but the breeze shifts and the reef abstains. Algae creep over some heads. Disease later writes ulcers where polyps should have fed. The failure will look like doom and then a season later, a quieter, smaller spawn will salvage continuity. A different reef will do the opposite. Throw a perfect carnival in a year models warned would be too hot for fertility. The reef is not an algorithm. It is an organism in the shape of a city, with neighborhoods and elders and idiosyncrasies that cannot be reduced to a single rule. He swims along a spur where staghorn once stacked into thickets meter on meter, and finds skeleton neighborhoods broken by storms. Among them detail, a new recruit the size of a fingernail, a saucer of brain coral whose folds are too clean to be old. The mass spawn, mysterious in triggers, is also pragmatic in aim, to drown predation in numbers, to push genetic diversity into every eddy, to bet on distance. Some larvae will smell their natal reef and settle, others will accept an accent and build away. In a century of heat waves and hurricanes, that dispersal tied to a clock no one can quite read, may be the difference between a reef that persists as itself and a reef that goes quiet. He surfaces into slick and watches it paint the lagoon. From the hill, a person might see only scum. From here he sees thousands of futures. The right breeze tonight will shepherd guests toward a mangrove creek where their chances are poor. A different breeze will carry them toward a pass whose currents have always been good midwives. Boats will cut lines through the rafts at dawn and leave wakes like calligraphy, mixing and diluting, inadvertently writing new combinations into the day. Eggs that survive will crack into larvae that read geographies through sound. Shrimp crackle, waves slap, and through chemistry, limestone breath, algae scent, then tuck onto rock and begin to lay down light capturing stone. Under the wonder lies a quieter puzzle about longevity and memory. Some heads on this reef are older than his grandparents. Their cycles of feast and strike are written in slow rings and faster scars. They have listened to moons long enough to refine opinion. And yet a new ocean presses on the schedule. Warmer nights, sourer mouths, storms with different punctuation. The mass spawn remains gorgeous and unnerving, a pageant whose timing both holds and slips, as if the conductor were being jostled in a crowd. He leaves the lagoon in late afternoon surrounded by smoky bands of future, and knows that this chapter of the ocean's mystery is at once small and continental. Small because the trigger might be a molecule nobody has caught yet. Continental because the reef's choice of night may decide which lineages live and which fade into bone-white memory. He tastes salt and sugar, breathes, and writes in his book a single sentence no model can improve tonight. The city of stone bloomed. The hydrophone's paper shows a thin line at a frequency no whale is supposed to favor. It has run there for years, sometimes gliding a little, sometimes hammering the same note, always returning to a signature that does not fit blue, fin, or anything in the catalogue. Technicians gave it a tidy name, 52, for the hertz where it sings most clearly, and stories took care of the rest, christening the caller lonely, telling themselves a ballad about an animal out of step with its kin. Romance aside, the problem is real, a powerful, regular call propagating across basins at a pitch that implies an instrument of a certain size and an instrument builder we've never seen. He stares at the spectrogram and tries to unbraid the voice from background. Shrimp crackle lays down a relentless snow, storms distant and near scrawl drapery. Ships write long straight lines like highways. Through this mess runs the singer. In some seasons the note bends slightly downward as if tired. In others it lifts cleanly and repeats with metronomic discipline. Arrays triangulate then pucker. The sound travels long roads and the ocean folds those roads unpredictably. A fix near here turns out later to have belonged to there. Over years points trace tracks roughly along migration corridors known to other giants, but never exactly the same highway. The singer seems to prefer loneliness, if only because the instruments that might grant identity, taggers and cameras, never arrive in time to capture an individual under the voice. Biologists propose possibilities with caution. Perhaps it is a hybrid whose vocal anatomy tunes poorly to the common keys. Perhaps it is a blue whale with malformed tissues, a singer forced by physiology to choose a register no neighbor favors. Perhaps it's not alone at all. Other animals may hear and answer at frequencies humans ignore, and the legend of its solitude is an artifact of our machines. That last thought is attractive because it humbles sentiment. It also preserves the mystery where it should be preserved in the gulf between what our microphones can log and what a world of pressure and flesh can actually say. The singer's persistence over years implies age. Its amplitude implies size. Its movement implies ambition. He imagines a body, long, clean, scarred, a fluke nicked by ice, a jaw that vibrates a little differently. He hears other calls layered around the 52 line, blue moans at lower lanes, fin-paired beats that travel like the knock of a neighbor at a wall. If this animal swims through communities of other whales, it swims through culture. Much of cetacean song is learned, much of it changes by year and place. Dialects spread through pods like fashion, motifs migrate like weather. He wonders if the 52 singer adjusts phrases year to year, not to match the herd, but to converse with itself, to satisfy some internal measurement. That is projection. He knows better. But all listening is partly projection, and the ocean, knowing this, seduces with partial proof. Some seasons the line quiets for months. The instruments are not everywhere. The ocean is not obliged to shout. The absence breeds bad stories. Has it died? Has it found company at last and quieted? Has it changed register and left us deaf to its autobiography? Then a winter pulse stutters at the right place on paper, and a technician somewhere texts a colleague, unable to keep professional cool. It is back, as if back were a sensible way to describe presence in an acoustic world where distance is almost meaningless. The ocean shrugs, which is to say it makes no announcement. The wider truth is that we do not know, even for the well-studied giants, how many voices travel, where, or why certain pitches are chosen, or how songs transform across decades. Human hearing and taste lean toward romance. Minor keys sound sad to us, solos sound lonely. Whales may assign none of those valences to those shapes. The 52 line could be a shout of triumph, or a daily roll call, or a bruised instrument doing its best. Its mystery survives in part because we listen too rarely, too narrowly, and in part because the sea edits sound with its own agenda. On some days, surface ducks will carry the line farther than usual and make the singer seem everywhere. On others, bad water will swallow the voice within a few kilometers of its mouth. He turns pages in the archive and finds hints that 52 is not entirely alone on its stave, nearby lines that appear and vanish, off by a few hertz, mocking the idea of one singer, one note. A family, a fashion, or interference patterns, echoes doubled by ice and shelf and accident. He writes cautious words on cautious paper, and lets journalists make poetry, which they do with admirable industry, because the story is irresistible. The best he can do in his unromantic hours is refine the map of where the call has been, and strip his own desire from the interpretive apparatus. At sea he goes on deck at night, when the water behaves, and listens with his own skull to the low thunder that never quite stops, ship and swell, fish and far lightning, and suspects he hears nothing that matters, not really. The instrument is in the hold, and it hears. The rest is imagination. He allows himself the idea that if they ever meet the animal that habitually paints that thin 52 line across their paper, it will not match the legend we built. It will be neither tragic nor triumphant, but particular, a body with a story writ in scars and in muscle, a throat built by accident or ancestry to a different gauge, a bearer of a key that we throned as lonely only because it fell between the lanes we built ourselves. The mystery then is not loneliness, but translation. The ocean speaks at 52, and at 5, and at fractions no larynx can manage. We clip what we can and infer the rest. In that gap lives humility, the necessary mood of anyone who claims to know the sea. He looks down at the spectrogram one more time before sleep, and watches a line brighten, bend and fade. Somewhere out there a body moved, that is all, and somehow it is everything. A reminder that most of the ocean's secrets are not malevolent, merely indifferent to our need for stories that close. If the singer lives, it will sing until it does not, in a key it learned or invented, in a water that chooses whether we hear. If a traveler ever wants proof that the ocean holds more than one kind of water, they should drift to the margins of a salt dome at depth, and look down at a lake that has no sky. He lowers the ROV until floodlights paint a shoreline laced with mussels, ghost crabs, and blind fish hovering like uncertain pilgrims. There it is, a pool inside the sea, dark and glassy, rimmed by white crusts of halite and sulfur, its surface wrinkled by ripples that ignore the swell passing overhead. The probe's camera sees a tidy lip where density meets density, a line as definite as a temple step. The vehicle's frame feels tugged sideways by a horizontal force that should not be brine so heavy. Its skin behaves like armor. When the arm dips a probe, the tip vanishes into a syrup that burns instruments with salt and acid. Gas bubbles flee in chains from cracks at the bottom, and stall at that invisible ceiling, wobbling as if considering whether to change worlds, then skating along the surface until they find some weakness in the lens and squeeze through. Life crowds the edge with the excitement reserved for boarders. Tube worms sip chemistry, where oxygen fails, bacterial veils quilt the slope, and mussels live in co-ops fed by symbionts that do not care for sunlight. The shore goes on for meters, then tens, then wider than the lights can hold, a country of brine nested inside a country of water. A brine lake should be simple on paper, dense water sinks, lighter water rides, capillaries in salt rock leak, and gravity sorts the rest, but his notes are full of questions that a diagram cannot calm. Why does one pool hold a perfect circle for years while its neighbor braids into fingers and coves? Why does a lake's edge migrate an arm's length 1 month, and a body length the next, then stall for a season as if ideas had run out? Why do certain pools grow cottage waves that march endlessly along their own shores, tiny surf where no wind blows? Models of double diffusion explain how layers sharpen, field readings insist on personality. In the Gulf, one lake tastes of magnesium and smells of matchsticks. A mile away, another tastes of calcium and tastes like battery. The first is surrounded by a choir of clams, The second hosts mostly worms stubbornly. Some pools bubble with methane like a pot left too long on the stove. Others hold their gas until a single episode exhales a year's worth in an hour. Lights flaring from bioluminescent bacteria that greet the plume as if it were festival. He thinks of rivers seen from aircraft, channels threading deltas with minds of their own, and realizes he is watching the same behavior at depth. Brine seeps collect into creeks. Creeks combine into a river invisible except where it cuts a groove into mud. Ridges on the seafloor act as levees to a fluid heavier than the fluid around it. The river runs along the contour like mercury following a seam. Somewhere a bend over steepens and the whole gloss slides, the pool tilting and spilling into a lower basin in a slow landslide of salt. Do pools talk to one another through such events? Does a surge in one corner of a salt province rewrite a shoreline kilometers away? The ROV has not yet seen the moment, only the aftermath. Ragged foam at the lip, dead amphipods heaped like leaves, a new shelf where old charts show none. Animals test the boundary with a curiosity that looks like courage. Eel pouts nose in and retreat, shuddering as if shocked. Amphipods tumble through the skin and jerk as if gravity had increased by insult. Unlucky fish that blunder into the lake sink slowly and never return, their bodies preserved for weeks like offerings. Some species use the edge as hunting ground, cruising just above it to pick off the dazed. Others build homes there, tethering with byssal threads to white rock that tastes like a chemistry set. The edge is a store. Metals precipitate where redox changes. Crystals encrust twigs. Tar blooms out of asphalt volcanoes nearby and preserves flowers of sulfur in black petals. The pool is a museum, a refinery, and a cemetery in one. Even more unsettling are the places where the brine becomes architecture. At Monterey, and in other theaters, asphalt has flowed at depth into frozen fountains, black roses 3 meters high that never felt a flame. Nearby, bitumen drips set like candle wax around seeps. Shrimp graze the film. Snails climb glassy slopes. No wave moved this sculpture. It rose slowly from ooze fed by Earth's cracked pantry, shaped by patience and a density different enough to produce sculpture without wind. If the word shoreline usually implies wind and tide, here it implies chemistry drawing hard lines through softness. The mind rebels, then adapts, then cannot imagine it otherwise. The ROV's pilot nudges forward. The vehicle's thrusters stiffen at the interface as if pushing through a wind that exists in only one plane. Lights flare back from the skin and illuminate his own reflection, a white rectangle of robot mirrored in a lake no star has ever touched. Many crews have tried to swim vehicles into these lakes. Many have had to reverse before instruments drowned, their housings not made for acid and heavy salt. The few that succeeded came back with footage of a world within, a surface below recorded from above, a meta-ocean with its own ripples, its own slope, its own clarity, different from the clarity of the water outside. Anyone who has flown over a stratus deck has seen something like it, a second country running parallel to the first, offering the same illusions and the same opportunities for getting lost. Between pool and pool, brine can also arrange into rivers clear enough to cast shadows. He has watched a stream snake along a canyon floor, holding to the thalwig with the discipline of a mountain river, and cutting banks into soft mud that crumble in miniature cliff falls. Tiny eddies spin where the stream meets a lump, and behind the lump slack water collects, forming oxbows the size of rugs. All this at a centimeter per second, a patience foreign to the present tense. Once you accept that, at depth, gravity can sort water by taste, a flood of possibilities opens. Waterfalls composed of heavy liquid tumbling into heavier liquid, standing waves at the brink of nothing, valleys carved in centuries by what nobody knew to call a river. The maps do not yet show these words, but the footage does. His notebook collects riddles that chemistry alone cannot solve. Why do certain lakes flash with light at night when a ROV's beams stay off? Is it a bacteria party on some diurnal clock, or bubble friction scrawling a spark along the skin? Why does one pool stay deadly, and another host fish that appear to have learned a way to sip and retreat with immunity? Are there brine lakes that flip their personality, after a landslide or a new crack in salt, turning from jail to cafeteria in a week? Do microbial communities run elections, and choose different emperors of metabolism under slight changes in current. These are jokes, and not jokes. Up on deck, the crew argues about photos where the pool's shoulder reflects a perfect sky blue, though no sky exists at depth. White balance, someone mutters, angle to the lights, another counters. He knows part of the truth is optics, and part is narrative. People want a lake to look like a lake. The deeper truth is that a lens can, for a moment, convert a shifting edge into a mirror, and the result is a trickster moon rising where no moonlight ever travels. He writes that sentence, and then scratches it out, embarrassed at fancy. Better to say, there is a boundary here that behaves like a boundary in every language. Solid when you push, treacherous when you assume, porous when you are not looking. The boat rolls. The operator brings the robot home with a line of laser dots steady on the mud to give scale for later. The pool recedes into darkness as if it had closed a lid. Tomorrow they will set instruments to watch the skin for a month, and perhaps the only recording will be a line that quivers on certain mornings and not others. Its timestamp aligning with nothing on the surface, and nothing recorded by any geophysical survey. He is learning to love data that refuses to whisper the one word he wants, because and to love instead the choir of maybes sung by a world that runs multiple recipes simultaneously. On shore he will try to explain to a room of students that there are lakes inside oceans with their own tides, rivers that steal along the floor in slow crystal, waterfalls that never needed air, and beaches where mussels face a horizon of poison with the calm of saints. He will avoid the old travel writer temptations and keep to facts, and in doing so he will still tell a ghost story. Water that is so water, it forgets to be one thing. Edges that are so edge. They build culture, life that is so life. It refuses our tidy metaphors. People will ask whether these pools change the climate or threaten ships or promise energy. He will answer with the modesty of a person holding a candle in a cathedral. Then if they are patient, he will show them the footage where a bubble drifts sideways along a surface drawn in darkness, and a tiny shrimp rides the border as if it were a road. That will be answer enough, for now. He remembers the first time he stood on a bridge, with glass shattered, higher than any wave had a right to climb, and understood why the old phrase was, a wall of water. The ship had come out of a storm haggard, but unhurt, wind down, sea still heaped into crossed, ugly pyramids that made the deck groan. Somewhere in that mess, two trains aligned, and produced a single giant that rose faster than thought. Men yelled, doors slammed, and then the horizon stood up and erased itself into the ship. The impact was a fist, through brass. Seconds later the sea looked embarrassed, as if nothing had happened. Logs in every ocean have that paragraph, usually written by hands that shake slightly. Rogue waves, freak waves, episodic giants. Names change, physics grinds on. For a long time, folk memory outran theory. Then instruments on oil platforms and lasers on research ships began catching events with heights that laughed at significant wave calculations, and models pried apart the possible ways to stack a monster. One path is musical, swells and wind seas of different periods, weaving, crests aligning for a minute to produce an amplitude that would be unlikely in any one family, but inevitable across millions of waves. Another path is predatory. Current running hard against waves steepens them, robbing length and adding height, squeezing energy into a smaller footprint until the sea becomes a saw blade. A third path is non-linear, the kind of math that takes a boring field and allows a single solution to gather energy from neighbors, instability feeding a crest at the cost of its surroundings, until the central beast strides up like a king, and then collapses again into democracy. Call it modulation, call it breath-holding, call it the way systems behave when the leash of linearity is slipped. All three paths and others can deliver the same punch at the same place. He looks at a chart of the Agulhas, where the ocean takes a detour by southern Africa and runs west before hurling itself south, and understands why sailors use the phrase rogue factory for that coast. Current fights swell there. Storms marching east pour long-period giants down lanes aimed at opposing flow. The result is a sea that can turn vertical. He looks at the North Atlantic in winter, where lows churn ceaselessly, and cross seas are not an exception but the rule, and applies no phrase because there is nobody to impress at 3 a.m. when a bridge window inhales and sprays glass like rain. He looks at the Southern Ocean and keeps to coffee, because that circle has no edges, and builds things that make old crews quiet. Prediction remains the ache. Forecasts can bracket probability. This sector today, with this opposing current and this storm train, is primed. But the particular minute and line, where a ship meets a single crest high enough to matter, is not yet schedulable. A platform's laser catches one giant every few weeks, and yet fails to see others that pass miles away. Boys log clean Gaussians on days when someone swears their stern went weightless, and their bow buried in a green-black wall. The sea objects to being sampled sparsely. Satellites help, catching shadow signatures of steep fronts and bright signatures of braking, but their eyes do not linger. By the time a sensor stares again, the field has composed a new personality. In this recalcitrance there is no malice. It is simply the nature of a system that makes itself out of innumerable small decisions. Stories carry details that theory should not ignore. Old logs mention rogues arriving as holes first, ships dropping into troughs so sudden that stomachs hang and rails swing into cloud, only then to meet a crest twice the height expected. That two-step is important. It hints at phase architectures more subtle than a single tall crest. A rogue can be the pairing of abyss and mountain, the pair doing harm together. Other stories emphasize direction, a giant that does not arrive with the main train, but from a slant, as if a private set had been moving invisibly until range coincided. Crossing seas make such diagonals possible. So do internal waves, which he has learned to respect. Packets traveling on density steps can modify the surface without announcing themselves, drawing lines of bad luck across an otherwise manageable day. A ship that crosses such a line can feel weird minutes before the blow, a heave out of rhythm, a twist that confuses the autopilot. Then the king arrives. Hulls of course fight back. Modern lines have heights chosen with monsters in mind. Bridges stand taller. Glass is stronger. Freeboard has more margin. Lifelines are higher and more generous. Yet the sea loves a chance. Fast ferries with low bows have met crests that reach into passenger spaces and turn cheerful cafeterias into violent aquariums in a single breath. Container ships have felt a single hit rearrange a tidy skyline of boxes into a crooked city, and in some tragedies, into floating wreckage as stacks depart wholesale. Bulk carriers plow into steep faces and do not lift fast enough, their bows punching into water dense as dirt, hatches flexing, frames telling long stories in groans and pings. Every accident breeds inquiries and stronger rules. Every winter, a fresh photo circulates of a bow door peeled like a fruit. What puzzles him most, after years of reading and a handful of close calls, is the way people insist on personality for these things. Sailors call a wave capricious or hunting or angry. Engineers deflate such language and insist on fields and inputs. Both habits make sense. Both fail alone. The field matters. Bathymetry, wind, current, ice margins that reflect energy back into the mess. But the lived experience is of a singular event that seems to choose a moment with theatricality. A watch can go 2 hours watching nasty but ordinary seas, a rhythm learned well enough to pour a cup at the right point in the roll, and then an outlier hits in a way that feels timed. That feeling is human pattern hunger, being fed by rare coincidence. It is also the honest report of nerves that understand probabilities only in the register of risk to breath and bone. He wishes prediction would improve enough to spare crews the worst of surprise, but he suspects surprise is part of the ocean's grammar. Rots can be adjusted to avoid places where currents steepen swell. Speeds can be chosen to dodge resonances between wave period and ship's natural roll. Radar and LiDAR can paint steeper walls and let someone press a button that closes a door before it becomes a ruin. Still the great beasts will show, rarely, and someone will meet them while checking a bearing. The humility demanded by that fact is useful in other puzzles too. Brine lakes, luminous wheels, silent calms. In dark humor, mariners trade formulas for when to secure a deck. When the old guy stops telling stories and stares at the horizon for 2 full minutes, They mean that experience notices a change in texture before instruments flag it. White water turning chalkier, crests feathering without wind, crosshatch angles tightening into something like plaid. Such micro-aesthetics belong in notebooks even if they cannot yet be fed into models. They are the signatures of fields about to tip. He writes them down in a margin because he knows that one day he will forget, and because he suspects that prediction, if it ever becomes real, will do so not only by bigger computers, but by honoring how the skin and eye of a person at sea average billions of variables without knowing the word for any of them. On a later crossing he stands aft at dawn with coffee cooling slower than it should, one of those rogue calms he learned to name earlier, and catches himself relaxing too far. The sea is bronze, then pewter, with a cross swell writing diamonds on the skin. The ship's wake looks clean. A minute later the rail lifts and the deck slides under his feet, a small rehearsal of the old drama. Then a crest higher than its siblings approaches from a degree off the main set and slaps the quarter with a violence out of proportion to its height. It is not a rogue by numbers, just an outlier by mood, and it reminds him how thin the border is between story and statistic. The bridge will replace a broken cup, the log will remain quiet. Somewhere else that hour, a different ship meets the full king at the wrong angle, and the ocean keeps its habit of refusing to narrate. He returns inside and looks again at pictures of the Dropner platform's famous spike, at scatter plots with points hiding far from bell curves, at satellite snapshots of wave fields pinched into crooked rows by opposing flows, at experiments in long tanks where men in lab coats make miniature seas misbehave to camera applause. The science is not missing, it is simply not yet domesticated to the point of comfort. Perhaps that is right. The ocean does not owe domesticity, it grants passage with a generosity that would be terrifying if it were conscious, and occasionally it folds energy just so, and reminds us that we ride a skin at the mercy of arrangements we barely sketch. He makes a note to call his friend who still sails winter, North Atlantic runs, and to send a spare set of measure tapes for the windows. Then he draws a tiny square beside the note, and shades it dark, the portion of any forecast box he will by superstition leave unexplained. Each dusk, as reliably as clocks, and with a choreography older than cities, the ocean raises a second surface. Sonar screens that all afternoon showed a clean, deep blue begin to draw a smoky band that rises like a false seafloor, then splits and lifts again, a soft ceiling of echoes on the move. It is the deep scattering layer, billions of small bodies, fish and squid and shrimp and jellies, ascending en masse from darkness to feed in the upper night. At dawn the band sinks like a theatre curtain. At noon it hides at depths where light has lost its certainty. On paper this is straightforward. Avoid predators under sun, harvest plankton under stars, trade depth for dinner, and back again. In water it becomes a question that refuses to sit still. How does so much life synchronize to within minutes across entire basins? Light is the obvious metronome, yet instruments find migrations that shift with moon and cloud in ways not quite linear. Some nights the layer arrests mid-journey, as if an invisible gate had dropped. Other nights the ascent overshoots and bodies press nearer the surface than prudence should allow, tails flicking in stars that planets never see. Predators learn the schedule: tuna, swordfish, whales, and pierce the living sheet like fast ink, but even they seem occasionally surprised by its altitude or thickness, as if the calendar had been edited at the last moment by a hand indifferent to reputation. The same animals that ride up together also segregate by size in narrow slices a few meters thick, layers within the layer, strata that slide past one another, as if honoring queue etiquette the ocean has never written down. Ships in wartime once mistook the migrating band for a seafloor that changed height at hours that made no geological sense, hence the old phrase false bottom. Today hydrophones listen to a crackling underworld that sometimes swells before the band itself rises, as if tiny drummers were announcing doors opening below. Do minute changes in polarization at twilight matter? Do internal waves ring bells that we cannot hear? Do chemical whispers from plankton, the scent of dinner rising, synchronize clocks across miles? The migration pumps carbon downward too, a daily elevator carrying meals one way and waste the other. It is a planetary engine with teeth finer than a comb. The layer is not a single body, but a quilt that remakes itself hour by hour, in response to tides, winds, and unmeasured moods, and yet it reads, from the bridge and on the screen, like a single decision expressed simultaneously by multitudes. Divers who have dropped through it at night describe a blizzard of eyes, each the size of a pin, and the uneasy feeling of being passed by a city on its commute. In the morning, the sheet dissolves into individuals again, each with its private motives, and the bottom returns to bed. The ocean has taught a billion small hearts to beat to a light that travels through water imperfectly. Their agreement remains the largest parade on Earth and one of its tidiest riddles. The surface under certain moons is ruled by lines that do not belong to wind. In satellite frames, luminous highways of slicks curve and run for 100 miles, as if a giant fingertip had pressed and slid across the water. From deck, the pattern is stranger still. Stretches of glassy calm, flanked by faintly ruffled lanes, ribbons of foam that hold their edges against currents and breeze, a sense of motion that seems to pass through the ship rather than around it. Beneath these signatures, internal waves, solitary crests as high as office buildings, race along the invisible borders between densities, pushing warm above cool or saltier above fresher, tilting whole underwater landscapes, without so much as a white cap to confess their passage. Tides over sills and seamounts generate the sets. Non-linearity sculpts them. Geography focuses them into trains that can run for hours, sometimes days. They are tsunamis, with private rules, waves you cannot see that organize everything you can. Fish follow the moving stare into ambush. Plankton bloom in sheer. The deep scattering layer mentioned earlier rides the oscillation on some nights, as if catching an elevator that arrives ahead of schedule. Moorings groan when a packet passes, lines humming, as if in sympathy with a key only steel knows. Divers at the edge of a reef feel the thermocline suddenly stand on end, a cold wall arriving like a door, visibility smearing into shimmering curtains, as if a mirage had fallen into water and decided to keep traveling. Pilots of small craft entering straits dominated by these underwaves watch with unease as their bows cock oddly in slack wind, their own wakes skew, their compasses seem bored of pointing steadily. The mechanics have been mapped on blackboards for decades. Tides pour over a sill, upstream energy steepens into solitary waves, packets radiate and refract, but prediction remains gossip in many seas. One night a bay will be asleep, the next slicks arrive in marching rows, the tide in the depths clapping slowly, while the surface pretends indifference. In the South China Sea, wave packets giant enough to be seen from space crisscross like calligraphy. In the Andaman, trains echo off banks until the basin becomes a bell. In fjords, a single sill draws the ocean's breath into a metronome that stops only when storms tug the clockwork apart. Search aircraft learn that these slicks can herd spilled oil or stricken rafts along their spines. Rescuers learn that a swimmer will suddenly find themselves cold and breathless under perfect sky, because a crest chose that minute to climb. Models capture the shape, but not the hour. Theory names the beast and still leaves it wild. The ocean's interior is not quiet water, it is a superhighway for energy, and these underwaves are its trucks. They mix heat where the climate requires mixing, they lean against ice from below, they carry messages between coasts without telegraph poles. From above, a yacht sails through striped water, and a child asks why the sea has lanes today. The answer is both simple and unsatisfying. The tide is arguing with itself, and for a while its language becomes visible. There are places in the tropics where a thermometer lowered on a wire writes a staircase instead of a slope. Warm water, sudden step cooler, another warm landing, another step, a ladder whose rungs are meters to tens of meters thick, stacked cleanly down into blue. In polar seas, the same instrument can sketch the inverse. Cold, a step, colder again, a pattern as crisp as masonry. The phenomenon is double diffusion, heat and salt, moving at different speeds through still water, building salt fingers that reach downward like threads of honey, and diffusive layers that resist their advance, waging a beautiful patient war. The architecture temporarily wins. In the lab, the physics is elegant. In the sea, the elegance refuses to behave. Staircases that should last months collapse in days. Expected steps fail to appear. A perfect set blooms under a calm and vanishes after weather that barely shook the surface. The implications are not trivial. These layers throttle heat flux upward into ice, deciding how fast flows rot from below. They control how quickly subtropical warmth sinks or rises in mid-ocean deserts, altering the timbre of climate's long songs. They make sound bend oddly, turning submarine ears into unreliable guides. They make light shimmer in sheets that disorient divers and hide or reveal reefs like a stage veil pulled and dropped. The small scale of it beggars instruments. Fingers are narrower than a rake's tooth, yet organize rooms of ocean. A step only a few meters thick can extend for scores of kilometers and hold for seasons like a law. Satellites cannot see them. Ships cannot loiter forever. Moorings are too few, and nod too much. Instead, scientists collect a scrapbook of proofs, a profile from last October that read like steps carved in stone, a string of microstructure measurements that showed turbulence spiking at each interface as if someone were sanding there, a diver's log that described the sensation of swimming through a pane of cool glass, then another, ladder after ladder, descending into sighing silence. Why here today, and not a mile there? Why persistent in this basin this decade and shy in the next? The necessary ingredients: gentle stratification, the right salinity contrast, small perturbations are known. The recipe remains moody. Internal waves, the same unseeable tsunamis above, can buttress or shatter a staircase with one pass. Dust from continents can change chemistry subtly enough to push fingers into reluctance. Microbes sliming grains in a thin layer can alter viscosity in a whisper that steps here as a shout. In Arctic shelves, the staircases sometimes line up under leads as if responding to skylight. In Caribbean depths they stand independent of weather like a hidden colonnade. The ocean, caught in the act of being two liquids at once, one transporting heat fast, the other salt slow, writes order from slowness, then erases its own calligraphy, according to a schedule we have not stolen. A submarine crossing such a field will think the world's horizon has gone soft. A whale will feel the temperature ring against its skin. A climate model, given the wrong number for mixing there, will dream different futures than the one the water will actually choose. Far from rivers and beyond sight of land, crews once dipped buckets on hot afternoons and tasted what they swore was sweet. Old logs mention fresh patches in open sea and cold tongues that tasted of limestone. For centuries those lines sat among sea serpent sketches and were dismissed as sailor romance. Then geophysics quietly caught up. Beneath shelves and banks lie vast aquifers, relic fresh water stored in pore spaces since lower sea levels, recharged along coasts and trapped as the ocean rose, a hidden water table under the ocean's skin. Where pressure and geology allow, that water leaks back, seeping through seabeds as invisible springs, and occasionally roaring from submarine caves in jets that push back salt like animal breath. In karst coasts, blue holes inhale and exhale with tides, their throats layered in chemistries that astonish and kill. Hydrogen sulfide fogs opalescent and lethal, milky stratums of microbes that stitch their own weathers, haloclines that ripple like silk tapestries hung in slow wind. Offshore, the fresh water does not always announce itself as a visible plume. Sometimes it simply softens the taste and the texture at the surface for a few ship lengths, changes the way foam clings to hull, smooths the skin in ribbons that mimic oil in behavior but not smell. Fish red these edges. Seagrass meadows off arid coasts thrive beside hidden seeps. Corals sulk if the plume is too strong, or celebrate if it carries nutrients in the right ratio of gift to insult. Ancient captains learned to watch for birds lined up oddly over blue emptiness, and to lower a bucket in their shade. Modern surveys tow electromagnetic coils, and find ghosts of rivers braided beneath sand, channels that still carry water no map remembers. The mystery refuses to be only geology. How large are these reservoirs, And how fast do they change under a climate that is editing both rainfall inland and pressure at sea? Do coastal cities drink from them unawares through straws that pass through the surf? Do storms open and close valves by flexing rock and reaming clogged throats? Divers who enter blue holes on slack tide tell stories of entire rooms that change personality in an hour, clear to milk, friendly to lethal, with no weather explanation above. A cave that breathed lazily one day hammers the next, currents reversing as if a hidden organ had quickened. Some spring mouths hide under deceptively benign sand carpets that billow outward when a pulse comes, revealing a jet blacker than night for a minute before the blanket falls again. There are floating cameras that smell the fresh and try to map edges, but the plumes are coy. They sink invisibly along density contours, slide down slope like fog under a door, and rise again farther out when turbulence does them favors. In the Adriatic, roulettes spurt sometimes with enough force to push boats aside. In blue Bahamian rooms, divers hang between skies, salt above, dead zone in the middle, fresh below that tastes like stone and leaf. The surface keeps its game of simplicity, while below an uncharted watershed seasons the sea. For mariners who still taste buckets, the sweetness on certain afternoons is not proof of myth but a reminder of continuities hidden under charts. Rivers that kept running after shorelines moved, rain that took centuries to find the light again, and a planet that stores its memories in aquifers as well as in bones and ice. Night has advanced, and somewhere outside the window, the same water that carried cities and lights today is folding quietly into its long conversation with the moon. He closes the log and realizes the questions have only multiplied. Lights that write in codes no alphabet can hold. Waves that pass unseen yet move mountains below. Calendars kept by animals that have never owned a clock. At the beginning he asked where the listeners were, and what time it was there. The ocean, he knows now, has answered with its own time zones. Depth, density, moonlight, weather. Each a wristwatch no human can wear. Let the hour be whatever your room says. The sea keeps a different measure, and still manages to arrive on schedule for those who wait with patience and salt. If you are drifting towards sleep, consider this a harbor. Questions moored gently until morning. Answers arriving on their own tides. The ocean will still be talking when you wake. It always is.